안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤입니다.
기존 작년에는 라쿤과 팔콘이 거의 확정적으로 메이저를 갔다고 생각했으면 이번에는 그래도 제타도 견줄만한 상대가 아닌가 생각해서 그냥 견제해야 될 팀이 하나 더 늘었다 말고는 뭐 딱히 달라진 건 없는 것 같아요.
견제되는 팀은 뭐 아무래도 팔콘이지 않을까 싶습니다. 팔콘 팀들이 제일 잘하기도 하고 만났을 때 제일 좀 쫄깃쫄깃한 경기력도 나오고 좀 재밌기도 하고 그래서 뽑게 됐습니다.
원래 팔콘 선수들은 잘하니까 뭐 딱히 별 생각 없고 웨이는 그냥 무시하면 될 것 같고 그리고 제타 같은 경우에는 뭐 최근에 들어서 폼이 좀 많이 올라오긴 했는데 다시 원래 알던 대로 딜러 폼들이 다시 돌아가는 것 같아가지고 딱히 기대는 안 되는 것 같아요.
진짜 이제 미친 생존력, 미꾸라지 같은 생존력을 보여드리겠습니다. 너네 슈초롱 잡고 싶어도 못 잡을걸?
이번 아시아 때는 곧 좀 꾸준하게 잘할 수 있도록 많이 노력하겠습니다.
전승 우승으로 목표로 하겠습니다.
솔직히 저는 힘들게 이기는 게 더 재밌는 것 같아서 치열하게 우승하고 싶습니다. 저는.
수민이 형이랑 팀 생활을 해오면서 수민이 형이 되게 인성적으로 저보다 좋은 것 같고 이제 인게임에서도 좀 더 이제 약간 에임이 좋지 않나라고 생각합니다.
일단 저는 크레이지 라콘에서 일단 멘탈적으로 일단 멘탈 코치 역할을 제일 많이 하고 있고 그리고 이제 저희 팀이 이제 힘들면 그때 다시 투입하는 느낌으로 하고 있습니다. 한 명 뽑자면 그 초롱 선수를 좀 약간 겉으로는 약간 멘탈 강한 척 하는데 속으로는 되게 열이거든요. 그래가지고 제가 그걸 캐치해가지고 케어해주고 있습니다.
넥스가 말로만 그렇게 하지 솔직히 도움은 하나도 안 되고요. 네.
솔직히 그 우승했을 때는 알고 봐서 재밌긴 했는데 그 팔콘이랑 경기하고 나서 뛰었을 때는 진짜 깜짝 놀라긴 했어요. 그냥 뭐 난입하는 사람인 줄 알았는데 알고 보니까 저희 감독님이셔서 되게 좋아하셨던 것 같습니다.
저희 팀이 힘들 상황은 없겠지만 아무래도 그런 위기가 있다면 이제 저로 인해 극복하는 그런 모습을 보여주고 싶습니다. 결승전에 가게 된다면 제가 다 부수겠습니다.
저번 연도에도 아시아 우승했듯이 똑같이 이번에도 아시아 꼭 우승하겠습니다.
너네 우리 못 이겨.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘입니다.
저희가 준비해온 걸 상대의 전략에 맞춰서 좀 변경했어야 됐는데 그냥 그러지 못하고 그냥 준비한 것만 신경 쓰다 보니까 그거에 매몰된 것 같습니다.
코리아 때는 이제 저희가 준비를 잘 했는데 이제 저희가 그 준비한 거를 못 보여줘가지고 아시아는 이제 그거를 최대한 많이 보여줄 수 있도록 거기에 포커스를 두고 열심히 했던 것 같아요. 다른 팀 힐러보다는 이제 아마 러쉬 쪽 운영에서는 저희가 제일 잘하는 것 같아요.
딜러로서 일단은 팀을 가장 받쳐주기 위해서 안 보이는 곳에서 이제 좀 필요한 역할을 많이 해낼 거고 눈에 안 보이는 차이를 최대한 내보도록 하겠습니다. 우선 제타가 잘하는 팀은 틀림없고 지금 특히 더 잘하는 것 같긴 하지만 결국에 이런 해외 가는 메이저 대회에서는 매번 마지막에 미끄러지기 때문에 결단력이 없다? 3등일 것 같습니다.
다들 열심히 하시는 건 알겠는데 더 열심히 하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
힘든 점은 조금 있는데 그래도 뭐 할만하다고 생각하고 진짜 이것 때문에 뭐 진다 이런 느낌은 아직 못 받고 있어가지고 솔직히 유리한 거는 맞는데 투탱이 그것 때문에 저희가 졌다고 이런 느낌은 못 받았어가지고
처음 프로를 시작했을 때부터 항상 잘한 모습만 보여줬다 생각해가지고 이제 그게 당연하게 팬분들한테도 뭔가 당연하다는 이미지가 되지 않았나 싶어요.
뭐 대회가 됐든 스크림이 됐든 다들 저희 팀이랑 하면서 막 할만하다 느낄 때가 많긴 하던데 늘 할만하다 생각했으면 좋겠어요. 결국에 저희가 이길 거기 때문에
일단은 다들 많이 증명하고 싶을 텐데 네, 이번에 꼭 저를 이겨서 증명해 보시길 바라겠습니다.
I just want to say I hope everyone keeps supporting us and hopefully we'll qualify to China and win.
이번 코리아에서는 좋은 성적을 거두지 못해서 좀 많이 아쉽지만 그래도 아직 큰 무대가 많이 남아있고 저희 팀 더 잘할 수 있으니까 그냥 끝까지 믿고 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
저희 팀이 늘 휘청거리고 성적이 압도적으로 늘 좋은 건 아니었지만 결국에 어딜 가든 괜찮은 성적을 내기도 했고 그리고 우승도 가장 많이 했으니까 이번 대회도 저희가 흔들리더라 하더라도 믿고 다들 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전입니다.
지난 코리아 진짜 너무 아쉬운 경기였다 생각하고 진짜 아쉬워할 틈 없이 바로 아시아를 준비해야 되는 이 상황이라서 약간 뭐 엄청나게 막 미련이 남고 그러진 않았던 것 같습니다.
일단 저희 결승을 하고 너무 속상하고 아쉬웠긴 했는데 아무래도 이제 바로 아시아 경기들이 남아있다 보니까 다음에 더 보완할 수 있게 더 나아질 수 있도록 그냥 파이팅 했던 것 같습니다. 사실 제가 근데 그런 포지션은 사실 아니고 이 어머니라는 게 가끔 뭐 음식물 치우고 그런 거 해가지고 사실 어머니인 거지 제가 인게임에서 뭐 많은 걸 하진 않거든요. 그래서 약간 오해가 있는 것 같은데 제가 그런 역할은 아닙니다.
저희를 무서워하는구나 라는 생각을 했습니다. 자기들끼리 뭐 동맹하면 뭐 어쩌겠습니까? 저희가 무섭다는 걸 뭐 돌려서 말한 것 같아요. 마음처럼 되진 않을 거예요. 네, 저희가 올라갈 거니까.
일단 아무래도 이번 시즌에 이제 중국 리그가 새로 생기기도 했고 그래서 되게 항저우에서 하는 경기가 되게 좀 더 의미가 있다고 생각을 해요. 제가 또 항저우에서 경기를 해본 기억도 있고 그래서 좀 더 가고 싶은 욕심이랑 거기서 또 좋은 결과를 내고 싶다는 욕심이 큰 것 같습니다.
듀셰 선수가 밥을 사준다 했기 때문에 그래서 대회를 뛰고 이제 이긴 후에 밥을 먹고 싶네요.
일단 저희 힐러 출신이 이제 O2라는 팀이라서 시너지를 이제 조금씩 이제 진짜 나오는 것 같아서 이제 또 O2 딜러들이거든요, 여기 둘이 또. 그래서 출신지가 같은 이제 4명이기 때문에 시너지가 좀 많이 사는 것 같습니다, 요새 더.
저는 일단 개인적으로 그냥 자신감이 좀 많이 올라온 것 같고요. 뭐 많은 사람들이 딜러는 자신감이다 이렇게 얘기하는데 맞는 것 같고 그냥 뭐 자신감 많이 올라와서 그냥 쏠 거 쏘고 맞출 거 맞추고 해서 좀 그렇게 된 것 같습니다.
이번 아시아 때는 좀 진짜 후회 없이 재밌는 경기 할 수 있도록 많이 노력 중입니다.
이번 아시아는 저희가 다 이제 서열 정리해서 이제 결승까지 쭉 갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 제가 다 머리 맞춰서 다 죽여보겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 웨이입니다.
좀 더 잘할 수 있다고 생각했는데 좀 생각보다 아쉽다면 아쉬운 것 같고 근데 또 결과가 좋게 나왔다면 또 좋게 나온 것 같아서 개인적으로는 만족하고 있습니다.
저희 팀원들끼리 이번에 아시아 4강 온 거 진짜 흔치 않은 기회니까 이번 기회에 반드시 잡자고 얘기 많이 한 것 같습니다.
웨이만의 매력은 그냥 저희 자체가 매력이지 않나 싶어요. 저희 선수들 개개인마다 매력이 엄청나기 때문에 그래서 소년만화도 소년만화지만 저희 각자의 매력 때문에 더 좋아하지 않나 싶습니다.
개개인이 다 성장하면은 팀적으로도 결국 다 맞을 거라고 생각해서 전부 다 개인에 좀 더 집중하고 있는 것 같아요.
저에게 이번 아시아는 아마 마지막 기회가 될 수도 있지 않을까 그런 생각으로 임하고 있어요. 매 판이 마지막이다. 이번에 못 이기면 끝이다라는 걸 매 세트마다 생각하면서 굉장히 간절하게 게임에 임하고 있습니다. 얘들아, 너네한테 이런 기회 진짜 흔치 않다. 진짜 꼭 항저우 가자. 열심히 해서. 대답.
파이팅!
장점이라고 하면 아무래도 일단 서로 영웅폭이 다른 게 장점인 것 같고요. 어떤 메타가 와든 서로 이제 하나씩은 다룰 줄 아니까 메타가 바뀌었을 때 뭔가 위험이나 부담감 그런 거는 좀 적은 것 같아요.
그 페피 형이 이제 잘 못하는 탱커들, 메인 탱커들 그런 거를 이제 잘하려고 열심히 깎는 게 노력하는 것 같아요.
저 무시했다가 이제 머리 맞고 죽을 수도 있으니까 조심하세요.
탱커 차이 내겠습니다.
저희 돈도 안 받고 이 정도 하는데 돈 받으면 더 잘하니까 꼭 스폰서 붙여주세요.
저희 웨이 항상 지켜봐 주셔서 감사합니다. 저희 이번에 플레이오프 결과가 어떻게 되든 저희 선수들 항상 끝까지 어떤 길을 가든 지켜봐 주셨으면 좋겠고요. 이번에 결과로 한번 만들어 보겠습니다.
또 증명하자.
봉황의 날개로 비상하는 동북아의 허브 공항. 따뜻한 환영의 연꽃이 피어난 하늘길. 지붕과 처마, 곡선과 창호로 만든 빛의 공간. 소통을 담은 전통자기와 연적의 형상화. 수직으로 상승하며 변화하는 곡선의 미학. 역동성과 균형감 속에 몰입되는 공간의 철학. 카스피해의 초승달로 떠오른 희망의 게이트. 경복궁과 청와대를 품은 장중한 아름다움. 메이든 타워와 쉐키칸 궁전의 독특한 형태와 패턴. 카타르 전통 모자 가피아 패턴을 담아낸 혁신적 창조. 물 위에 흐르는 베트남 전통배의 유유함. 미래지향적인 문화 엔터테인먼트의 결집. 히림 건축이 만들면 도시에는 랜드마크가, 사람들의 마음엔 작품이 된다. 히림 건축, 작품으로 압도하다.
We are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
We're back.
We do. What Leg Day
OWCS.
said is, we're back for day 2. That's what he said. Like, long story short, we're back for day 2. I'm Jaws. He's also Jaws. And we're here for day 2.
It's going to be an absolute banger, Raffle. Yesterday,
A
it was
Jaws
a
in
little
each
bit of a speed
hand
run.
and a career in our face. Okay, here we go. What are we talking about today?
We're talking about big games. We've got what many people would call the most anticipated matchup all the way through OWCS. Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. Both these teams have been at the top for so long when it comes to our OWCS reigns. Question is, who's walking away with a W today? Because we are going to have a potential rematch between them as well, because we have double bracket here at OWCS Asia as well, when all the matches are first to 4. So whoever makes it to Hangzhou, there is no cope, there is no seed, there is no lying. It was completely 100% earned.
And that happens right now today. The winner of this opening game, Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons, they got the ticket to go to Hangzhou. They lock it in. They are going to be your first team that are going to be confirmed from the Asia event to go to Champions Clash, which is going to be pretty damn huge. And you could argue that this is basically the most important game. This is essentially, I think, the preview of the Grand Finals before the Grand Finals, although we've had plenty of these by now. These look like the two strongest teams, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. I think the two best teams right now, Zeta Division, were in the mix there. They looked very competitive, especially in the seeding matches. But right now, in the last 2 weeks, they've kind of fallen off a little bit. So between Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, I think, yeah, it's deserving. Of course, we were going to get one of these two teams in the Champions Clash. These two teams have both made every single LAN event in 2024 for OWCS and also for the Esports World Cup. And now one of them will once again make the first LAN event here in 2025.
Yeah, both of these teams also want a little bit of a bounce back right now. Crazy Raccoons kind of hit their stride a touch earlier, being able to basically run their way through the OWCS Korea bracket. But Falcons, they didn't have the greatest time in either the seeding tournament or OWCS Korea, being taken out by Crazy Raccoons the previous meeting 0-4, which was incredibly surprising. And while it was a competitive first two maps, they kind of collapsed in the latter half of the series. This time around, for the side of Falcons, they're going to be under a lot of pressure to not let Crazy Raccoons just kind of punch them in the throat and knock them down again.
Yeah, I think when Falcons win a series versus Crazy Raccoon, typically it's quite competitive. You know, they don't get these super easy wins versus Crazy Raccoon. They're typically the team that does foil them more often than not. I forgot the record off the top of my head, but it is still favored. The head-to-head record between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon is still favored towards Crazy Raccoon. But yeah, that more recent loss at 0-4 is a pretty shocking one, because even in the past, as far as we look at first to 4 BO7 type of games, Falcons typically take at least one map. Here, they didn't take a single one. Like, lost 0-3 to Falcons before, Crazy Raccoon before, but not a 0-4. So that's a really, really shocking part. So we'll see how this one goes. I think it will be quite the fight. Crazy Raccoon, to me, on paper, still look like the strongest team in the region, and by extension, that means the strongest team in the world currently, and the team to beat moving into Champions Clash. Whoever wins out of this one will probably end up being the team to beat going to Champions Clash.
Yeah, hard agree. And coming out of yesterday, we had a couple of different looks. Falcons spent a eerily long time playing the Han Binston yesterday, which wasn't really that expected, but it seemed to have worked out fairly well against Wei. I think it's fair to say between Wei and Zeta Division were the stronger opponent, and of course did take, I believe, a map off of Crazy Raccoon. It's actually a backslide on their Korea finals performance, where it was 4-2, and it could have gone 4-3 to Zeta Division had one or two things gone differently on a Lijiang Tower. I, however, coming into this, I'm really looking at Stalker, who got player of the match yesterday, was lights out on the Sojourn, and has been looking absolutely brilliant. Have a look at those jackets. Avril, how do we get those? I want one.
Steal one off one of the casters currently.
I'm sure
on the
Akros
desk
can
in
give me
Hongdae.
one.
Go there and just physically take one off them.
The act of thievery is my current best option. I'll fly
if it's
over.
the wrong size, then just steal a different one. Take a different one. Like, just keep taking them until you find one that's the exact right size for you. Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah, maybe next time around, like, you and I can do some modeling of the jackets. I've got a jacket on right now, but it's nowhere near as nice as that. Like, those look proper nice.
Speaking of proper, also pretty strong right now on Falcons. The DPS line of Falcons is probably the premier part of that team. It's what the other teams fear as well. The other teams, in their interviews, they do talk a lot about the DPS line of Falcons being the core strength of where they find the most success. You mentioning Stalker is a big point right now, because he does look like the best player on the team. He does look like currently maybe the best flex DPS in the world. Hyper flexible across every single hero, and a high performer at that. And I think one of the best parts about him being that good is it's taking a lot of pressure off some of the other members who typically in the past would have had to have been that kind of 1v5 kind of guy on the team. Obviously, Proba's been in that position before many times on previous teams where he's had to be the guy to carry the team. So to have that load taken off a little bit is probably a good thing. And now as well, you know, you mentioned the Han Binston. I don't know how much of that we're going to see today. I did say yesterday, it's like, okay, you beat Wei doing this for several maps in a row, but I don't think that's the real test. I think the real test is going to be today versus Crazy Raccoon. Junbin's going to test you. Max is probably going to test you a little bit here as well. I don't think we're going to see any of the Han Bin Winston come through today. That would be a pretty large mistake, and that is one of the areas where you don't want to have to be putting additional pressure on your team to carry in the way Stalker has been so far by doing, you know, maybe you're in a Winston. It's not quite ideal for your team, so I'm looking forward to seeing Falcons come through with more of the standard. And take a look at the season schedule so far, leg day, how we got here. Went through the entirety of the Stage 1 for Korea, Japan, Pacific into the Asia main event where we are now, and then, of course, the top 2 teams into the Champions Clash later on the month.
Yeah, super open ecosystem here at OWCS. If you enter one of these events and you just keep winning, eventually you could be right here with Avril and I calling your name and maybe going all the way to Hangzhou. But you got to get past some real titans to get there. Here's how our bracket's currently shaping up. Of course, you can see fours in those columns. Every single match is first to 4. That's usually the mainstay only of major grand finals in Overwatch. But here at OWCS Asia, we are making sure that every single game has the opportunity to go the distance, and every team has nail-biter after nail-biter chances to keep themselves in the game.
That's how the best of Overwatch should be. I think the other regions should do it too. I was a little surprised that EU and NEA did not play FD4s the entire way through their playoffs, but I'm glad that we do have it here. That is where you get to see the best of Overwatch with the best of the teams. And seeing how they handle a long series as well. We have had some series go to 6 and 7 maps, including in the Korea finals as well. We had that brilliant 6 map before the grand final and also a little bit earlier on. And as far as the map pool goes as well, a little bit more expansive in terms of being able to go to a couple of different choices that I think the other regions didn't quite have, like Watchpoint Gibraltar is super important. We finally got to see that yesterday, and you know, I talked for weeks, it felt like, about, okay, this is what's going to happen when Zeta get to go to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Somebody's going to take them there. They maybe go there themselves. And then we saw how that unfolded. A little bit disappointing from them, but they'll have the opportunity now to maybe right those wrongs through the lower bracket versus Wei. It'll be our second match following after Crazy Raccoon and Falcons.
Yeah, surely the Zeta backroom won't throw the draft again, right? Surely not. We've allotted 2 hours here for Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. I'm hoping we need slightly more, but yeah, maybe it's okay to be on schedule. Zeta Division versus Wei is another chance for our dark horse to really get their teeth in. But if you want to get your teeth into some garbage, the Crazy Raccoons are here to bite their way through the competition.
Best team in Korea right now on paper, at least. They've had the most recently good results. They are one of the top 2 teams in the upper bracket alongside Falcons right now, and based on their last match versus Falcons, which was a dominant 4-0, you would say that, yeah, they're favored. They're definitely the favored team to take the top 2, to go to Hangzhou, to be the first seed from Asia, minus any potential for Falcons to do something interesting today, because a Falcons lineup is always one to be feared, where you never quite know, you never truly know if they come through much stronger than the last time. We've seen Falcons lose before, then come through very strongly. Crazy Raccoon have felt that pressure before. Crazy Raccoon are gonna have to be very careful today to not allow that to happen.
Closing the lid on the dumpster and looking to put Crazy Raccoon down into the lower bracket, soaring in from above, Team Falcons.
Current reigning world champions, but a team that has been a little bit more lean compared to their championship roster of 2024. Losing out on Happy and Smurf has relied upon the fact that you need now certain other players on the team to fill those gaps. And while some of those gaps have been filled quite adequately in the DPS line, Harbin, still the question mark. As I said earlier, I'm not expecting much to come through from his Winston today at all. In fact, I don't think he's really going to play it. This needs to be a team that kind of avoids those types of matchups, because you don't want to be up against Junbin in that type of matchup. We're going to be starting out, of course, on a control map. Junbin's always going to be starting there. Max is not going to come in until probably a King's Row or a Havana. Of course, that'll be a really interesting matchup between him and Harbin. And I would like to see Falcons actually take Crazy Raccoon to a map where Max is likely to come in, just so Harbin can get that matchup.
Yeah, it would be very comfortable for Hanbin to have that. We have actually seen quite a bit more of Max since the Korea playoffs. Prior to that, Max was kind of in the back rooms, was just working as the team psychologist, keeping them on the level. But Hanbin would be very happy to go up against Max in a Xayah versus Xayah, Sigma versus Sigma. We even saw a Junker Queen versus Junker Queen yesterday, but that's far less likely, I think, between these teams. That's more going to be the domain of Peppy and Suravasa. I, however, are going to be looking out here for how Fielder is going to compare against Shu, who's been lights out on the Ana. Fielder, in times previous, has been kind of that second place Ana player, one of the best in the world. But here and there, the performance has been a little bit spotty compared to the absolute superstar performances Shu has been putting on.
And Ana's going to be a very high priority ban for that reason. Malga is still probably going to be quite an important ban here as well, although we did see one of the most important things I think we got informationally out of yesterday's games is that Crazy Raccoon are able to play a Malga and beat Zeta on that. And Zeta were previously able to beat both teams on the Malga.
Yeah.
So could it just be a raw shifting of the power rankings, of the skill gaps here? Or is it more of the message being relayed is that Jimbin and Crazy Raccoon might be the best Malga team right now if Falcons can't quite keep up, if they haven't recovered enough from their previous 0-4 loss. The confident thing to say about Falcons, though, is they did look amazingly good versus Oasis. It was a fantastic game where you could argue they didn't really have to try all that hard, and that's what you want to see out of Falcons to come into today's Crazy Raccoon matchup, to be able to basically have a good run of it where they're in the best form they can be.
Yeah, we didn't want to see a massive expending of effort to get past Way, right? Like, if Falcons were really taken to their limit by Way, that was probably going to be an indicator that this was Crazy Raccoon's bracket to lose by then. Oasis is going to be where we're heading to first. I believe Crazy Raccoon is our top seed coming into this, of course, being the number one out of Korea. So they're probably going to have the first ban as well.
First map choice and ban to come on through. Oasis was an interesting one because I kind of felt like Lee Jung has been the standard. Lee Jung is where Crazy Raccoon always like to take the map number ones. Good ball map, good map to kind of bait out the ball ban as well. But something that Falcons are probably a little bit ready for. We saw how Falcons dismantled Nilgaru yesterday systematically. Play the Sombra. Stalker, part of the PO team performance was on that Sombra, shutting down Nilgaru's ball. But that's only step one. Nilgaru is the mini boss to Jimbin's actual final boss on the Wrecking Ball. But how much of the Wrecking Ball actually comes through today? It is always worth a potential ban. I don't know if it'll be worth a potential ban on Oasis. I'm looking more towards things like Hazard being important on Oasis. That might be a far more important ban. I don't think you should burn the Ana ban this early. Save the Ana ban probably for a little bit later on.
Have we seen much of Hanbin on the Hazard?
Yeah, we have, but I think where his strengths are definitely on the Diva, definitely on the Malga, definitely on the brawler type of heroes. And, well, I mean, Diva's a dive here, but you know what I'm saying. Like, definitely more towards the Ram, Orisa, Queen, you know, Malga style. Malga probably being, on paper at least, it should be his strongest meta hero right now, given that heroes like Queen, where he is probably still considered one of the best in the world, not really hard meta. Zarya, of course, is going to be one of the talker points here too. That's kind of like the secret weapon that he has in his back pocket. That is a very target bannable heroes out there. We've seen teams actually ban away from Hanbin. We saw that even yesterday.
If I remember correctly, usually Crazy Raccoons do actually burn their Malga ban fairly early. They usually ban it, I believe, on Lijiang Tower. I'd love to see if that's going to be the case on Oasis as well. This is going to be the first time that I've seen this team on Oasis, as far as I can remember. Maybe in some of our longer series it did come out, but as you said, usually Lijiang Tower is their stomping ground. And, well, we've got Chorong in here as well, who, for my money, has probably been the most reliable player. Maybe in Korea, when it comes to just being that rock-solid influence on fights. You rarely see Chorong feed his brains out. We don't see much in the way of like a Chorong Ajax. The rallies always get good value to keep Shu safe. And essentially, Chorong plays that orbiting bodyguard to allow Shu to pop off and does it surprisingly well. Well, not surprisingly well. He does it estimably well.
Chio stepped up massively on this team here as well. A player that I thought was at certain points during Falcons looking slightly suspect, but now that role has maybe landed on certain other players on the team. Again, we question Harbin's hero pool a little bit. I think Fielder's performance the past couple of weeks were a little bit questionable, but at least didn't look like he was faltering at all versus Way. And again, that's a good sign for Falcons. You didn't want to see a weak performance from Falcons versus Way. That would be indicative of maybe them falling apart a little bit early and not quite being able to stand up to a team like Crazy Raccoon, who didn't have too much trouble getting past Zeta. I mean, that's the important talking point here as well, is that Zeta have leveled up a lot, and yet the gap between them and Crazy Raccoon has somehow expanded once more as Crazy Raccoon take another leap forward. Audience seems to agree that Crazy Raccoon are the favorite team here. I think they'd be correct in saying that. Falcons are the team that are kind of having to prove themselves a little bit more in this matchup right now.
Yeah, definitely a lot to prove for Falcons. At this point, just playing close to Crazy Raccoon might be all that you need because you do have that second chance. However, as we pointed out at the beginning of this match, winner of this winners final is guaranteed to go to Hangzhou. And at that point, you are in your safe position. Maybe you don't have to give away too much more of your soul on the cusp of victory. But whichever team goes down, it's not like the lower bracket's going to be an easy run. Whoever comes out of Wei and Zeta division, they're going to be learning from these experiences and getting better and better. And we've seen that Zeta division has got upset wins over both of these teams previously.
Zeta is a team that you still have to be worried about. Confidence will be a factor there as well. You also have to consider the fact that you'll have to go through 2 games tomorrow for the loser of this match. We are, of course, expecting that Zeta does beat Wei a little bit later on. Although if Wei is able to defeat Zeta, that would be quite scary in its own regard. Zeta were not that far off from losing to Wei, actually. So
yeah, 40.
It's not out of the complete realm of possibility. But these are the 2 teams to beat currently. They're the 2 teams that have the highest likelihood of being the 2 teams that we see in Hangzhou. One of them, of course, is guaranteed there because the winner of this does go there. It's just a question of, will the other team be, you know, assuming it's Crazy Raccoons winning, is it going to be Falcons or Zeta? Or if Crazy Raccoons somehow end up losing this one, then I think Zeta actually might be in a little bit of trouble there. That would be a very scary game for Zeta to run back into. But for either Falcons or Crazy Raccoon, if one of them doesn't make Hangzhou, that would be the first time in OWCS so far of the 2 years OWCS that we haven't seen them make a land. That would be pretty incredible.
Yeah, that would be historic. Some might say a historic fumble, considering the power level of these teams. But, oh wow, is that a Hanbin collectible card right there? Are they giving those out at the WDG studio? Oh, that's sick. Damn. To be stuck on the British Isles, Avril. Tis a dark day always to be so far from the action.
I just realized you were talking about yourself there.
Yeah, you're stuck on a different isle. The biggest isle in the world, admittedly, but still an isle nonetheless.
Yeah. Large island. Let's just get Pangaea back and then we can all be on the same large island. Everyone's just on a massive large island.
Next
That's what Pangaea looks like. If you look at if you look like the blob on the back of that card, this is Asia main event. Just like that's what Pangaea looks like. It's just one big large landmass. Something else that's large as well, by the way, as we look at the matchup here between Crazy Raccoon and Falcons on our screens. The actual match record, I've finished counting it now. It's what I've been working on behind the scenes here. It's 11-7, so 18 total matches between the 2 teams. That includes 3 matches in Stage 1 in 2024 where Crazy Raccoon was still whack. And yeah, out of 18 matches, 11 to Crazy Raccoon, 7 to Falcons. But of the most recent games, the last 6 games, it's 2 wins to Crazy Raccoon, 4 wins to Falcons. However, the most recent game is the 4-0 that looms over Falcons' head. As we head into map 1 here, bans coming on through Crazy Raccoon. Map choice first, ban as well, and a Diva, which is obviously targeted directly towards Harmon. This is going to force him to play Hazard here. That is a very early map, I think, to ban away the Diva. Because, reminder, I think you should always try and save a ban like this for a very heavy dive map like Gibraltar to sort of kneecap Harbin the same way you would versus Burnout.
Well, that won't be available later. Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious. Team Falcons in return are going to take away the Juno, which is an interesting ban considering that I'd say Malga's more of a Hanbin pick than a Junbin pick. But I think that trying to limit Hanbin's verticality does have its merits, even if we might like to see that on a more sheer high ground map, like, as you mentioned, the Washpoint Gibraltar. Instead, Hanbin likely going to be more limited now towards that Hazard. Picking up the Malga is going to be a little bit harder without that Juno. Of course, we have seen Malga played sometimes with like a Kiri and an Ana. That's usually what Crazy Raccoon bring out. Let's see how it folds up here on Oasis.
course, the Malga is always present and able to be played. Especially, I think we do start on University here in our upper bracket final between Raccoon and Falcons. Harbin is actually going to lock the Winston. All of this talk about maybe he won't play the Winston today might be a bit of a mistake. And he's like, you know what we're going to do? We're actually in the opposite world. Because Jumbin is playing Harbin's normal hero and Harbin's playing Jumbin's normal hero.
All right, welcome to Bizarro World Gamers. The Han Binston is here, and it's real. Already that shield has been expended. Does not last long in the face of Amalga. Hanbin gets booped off the edge by Hisang after a jump gone awry. Shio jump scared by a Farah as well, and it seems like Crazy Raccoon have got all the space they need and a touch more on this initial engagement.
Strong point to have for the Malga result. You know, this is the point to play the Malga. If you are going to bring it out at any stage on Oasis, it's the most flat version of the 3 rounds. Of course, at any point in time, Harbin probably think about moving towards his own Malga. It's not too late. It did go down. Ult charge is not that high. This would have been the fight. Rather, at the end of the previous fight would have been the one to go for the change. Everything else is basically on parity. It's just Fielder on the Ana, Shu on the Kiriko. Again, bit of opposite world here. Normally you would see Shu on the Ana.
That's a very different look coming through from both of these teams. Love to see some variety in my teams, though. At the moment, Jumbin a touch isolated. Maybe Proper can make something happen here with a charged up Rail. Looking over towards that Lucio. A little bit astray when it comes to the aim. Means that Chorong's able to get out of there pretty much scot-free. Kitsune Rush, ready to go. So it's for Nano. So this could be a Nano barrage coming through rather soon. Instantly coming in with the Kitsune Rush. Going to be an exchange of ultimates here as Fielders tries to get Hanbin into a mix of things. With that instantly taken on down, though, I believe stomped upon by the Malga and just ran over there after with the overrun. Team Falcons do invest, but they don't get anything.
One of the good things about Crazy Raccoon is they have the initiative at all times. They're so good at getting these first engages. They don't allow Falcons to make the first move. You're the Winston team on the other side. You need to be the ones thinking about making that dive happen, but their HP is a little bit low. Chu and the rest of Crazy Raccoon see the opportunity, push forward with a Kitsune Rush. It's a double Lucio trade, but Jumbin gets the extra kill into Harbin, which secures it for the team.
Oh, good pick there from Stalker. The most valuable pick from both the DPS. Chorong's down. All the damage done here is going to be permanent. Stalker just dunks onto Hisang. LeBron-looking guy over here is, well, it's going to be a good finish on the Malga.
It's 90% though. It's so high for Crazy Raccoon in terms of the point cap. So a long road for the comeback to happen for Falcons, but good news is they didn't have to spend any ultimates there, and it looks like Hisang did burn the barrage. It's going to be one less for Crazy Raccoon to be able to play with. And as we head towards level 2s as well, Stalker might actually just be on the moving barrage now, which should be helping a lot. They'll give a lot of value there. Finding Chorong would be incredible. Shu's going to have to be very careful with the Suzu timing.
Oh, brutal here from Lip. The accuracy we've come to expect from the Effort 9 Gaming Warlord. Hide within the cage, but down into it, Stalker just sends thousands upon thousands of tiny rockets. Still, you can't stand up to the damage that Hisang brings to the table here. Going down the corridor, the cleave of those rails is too much for Lip to bear, but it is still Crazy Raccoon back in control.
And that will mean likely round is over now. Fielder is going to be first back. Has almost an Ana, but almost is not good enough. Shu will get Suna Rush slightly earlier. Falcons initiate the touch. It's going to have to be a long slog now. A very long OT fight for Falcons to have any chance.
Oh, an unfortunate reload on the edge of their seat right here. Sends out the emergency grenade to try and heal everyone up. Hanbin, I believe, nanoed here. Still disengages. Not going to get much uptime out of this. Instead of just trying to dodge away from a Kitsune Rush, Junbin with a gun. With just so many bullets flying, is able to decimate the Winston. It feels like this was a little bit of a bad read from Team Falcons in terms of the comms.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of playing the Winston here on way more of a brawlier type of point. Most teams would go for the maybe a Ram, definitely a Malga. Thinking about if the Malga's not even available, right? You start thinking about the other brawl type options. Going for the Winston here, especially when it's not in Harbin's wheelhouse, is super strange. And this is what I'm talking about, right? You won with the Winston versus Wei, but Crazy Raccoon, literally a different type of animal here. We are at least moving to a different point on Oasis that's going to be a little bit more favorable towards dive. But this is also where I think the hazard needs to start coming out. Harbin is going to have a lot more output on the hazard rather than the Winston here. Maybe he's super concerned about the Torb and the Sim being on the other side, but I think you should be a little bit concerned about the fact that Jumbin is still going to roll out on Malga. It's going to cause problems for Harbin.
Yeah, it's not ideal at all. Hanbin, it feels like there isn't even that much pressure on the backline at the moment that the Winston could possibly give over. Taking a frontline fight against the Malk is rarely a good idea. Already sent in towards the backline. Hanbin having to dive his own healers, and guess what? You've left them behind to die.
It's the Brig Anna version here as well, so debatably even less ability to kind of stop Jumbin from just rushing on in. I think one of the key moments of that last round that was quite critical was the fact that, as we now see the swaps come in, is the fact that Stalker burned the full moving barrage on Jumbin. It looked like Jumbin's HP didn't move at all. He just survived against a full barrage entirely.
Homie simply lives. Hanbin now stepping up. Cardiac versus Cardiac here, and having to back on out of there as the poke is just too much to bear. A fully charged rail from Proper could be a big opening here, but it seems like often the opening picks are having to come from Stalker and Proper, regardless of how much space is available.
Yeah, well, it's a very DPS-focused team. Falcons also now behind on ult charge, slightly so, but importantly so as well. It might only be by 10%, and thankfully it is only 10%, but it does mean Shu, Jumbin, and the rest will have it slightly earlier. Crazy Raccoon still in position to make the first move. If they lose a player,
Jumbin down to the burst of a headshot. Kunai now Proper's just adding on to the pressure. Just taking away all this space. It's a brave move from Lip, yes, but Proper is keen to punish it. Fielder trades out. It's going to stop getting the Kitsune rush too early, but this is done.
and it would have stopped Crazy Raccoon from heading to very high percentage points as well, even if Falcons were to win the eventual ult trade in the subsequent fight, had the ults come through. Crazy Raccoon would have built up a lot of ultimates, so those ultimates will come through now.
Oh, the speed for need for speed here for the Crazy Raccoons. The barrage onto the farm. Well-timed Suzu right there. Heads up play from Fielder. And now Stalker's moving in so fast with their own barrage. It's too much for Chorong to take. The volume's been turned up too loud. The tinnitus has been levied. Now Shu going up against Proper is a very scary duel, especially with the backup of Chia in the midst of all of this. TP's away, and now Crazy Raccoon is just going to try and fade into the ether, but they could be staggered in this position.
Ambin has Cage. Jumbin following through very soon. Let's see if this is going to be the moment. It's going to be the moment for the two Sojins first and foremost. Chia's life nearly forfeited.
Oh, an exchange of overclocks here, and well, what up one ultimate? Crazy Raccoon just disengage. Oh, they got Stalker as well. Oh, this is not good for Team Falcons. Chorong trades it out. That might be the open that was needed. Proper answering the call when a hero was requested. A well-timed Suzu there keeps the Sojourn alive, but Jumbo's just going to be able to overwhelm Humber when it comes to this Malga versus Malga duel.
Still one traded back here. Don't think Falcons will be able to get a lot more done. I say that as Chio does take down Lip. It's 2 versus 3, but no ability to take down Jumbin, I don't think. He's just going to be a little bit too tanky. So eventually Falcons will have to fall. They're getting a slight lead in terms of the cap. Can they find a lead elsewhere? And it's looking like no. Fielder just too far behind Shu. Hanbin, he used the cage. Jumbin still holding on to one. Izuku in good position now to take this to 99 and to the first math point for a lead in the series.
Well-placed rail here from Lip. Could put an end to this map already. Well, Hanbin isolated. Should end up falling here. Actually going to be a big investment of the Suzu. Field falls for their trouble, though. Dove into the cage, and they just get blended within. This needs to be a quick fight loss here.
Yeah, fast reset will get them one more retake coming in, but most importantly, it was a double ult used by Crazy Raccoon. They're down Kitsune and Cage. It's going to give advantage over to Falcons. And because Falcons are 72, they are in a great position to get the flip over, have one last fight to see what Crazy Raccoon can put into it. And if it's not enough, Falcons can swing this back and take us to a round 3. But this is going to have to be very well played. Chio and Chorong looking for ultimate. They're going to need it now.
Fielder first picked again by that barrage, but first managed to get that Kitsune rush out. This might actually be a disengagement here from Crazy Raccoon. Just giving it a little bit of time, letting the point flip on over, and allowing for Team Falcons to just kind of take this poke without their Kitsune here.
Yeah, I think both teams are okay with that, though, because Fielder also wants a little bit of time to get back towards his team. Heesang, obviously, still on that fire. Both teams getting ready to play through the beats. That's all they have for now, but watch Stalker. He'll be next up.
Yeah, coming around the back, Stalker does have a fantastic angle onto this back line. Oh, this cage and the barrage is so much the Raccoons. They haven't got the technology to deal with a fighter jet just yet. They might be evolving, but they ain't evolving that fast.
I don't think that was a late enough kill on the shoe. Let's see the respawns here. Just slightly delayed a couple of the respawns. They will be able to get their way on towards the point, you'd imagine. Lip burns the overclock and spawn, which is not ideal because Falcons can easily disengage from that. He's going to lose the overclock for the final fight.
Oh, crazy headshot. Bortstalker low, but unable to find the killing blow here. That's just going to be turned into surprise. Ult charge off the edge. Heesang recalls back on. It's a duel for the ages between the two tracers here, but 100 in your face is something that needs to be dealt with and considered thoroughly. If you're on Crazy Raccoon, there are no ults to play with here. Only proper with this pulse one. It's already taken the TP away from this. Shu needs to be pressured. The Kitsune Rush is available. It comes out just in time. TPing over. Remember, all these cooldowns coming back real fast now. A pulse bomb goes awry. Chorong still flows into it as Shunbin. He's in his flow state now on the Wrecking Ball. He's been waiting to bring it on out, and Crazy Raccoon are going to leverage it for a first map victory.
Falcons just couldn't get any sort of additional picks during the downtime, and we got to the 99 overtime. Crazy Raccoon, you even saw them struggling to get out of spawn. A mini spawn camp by Falcons. Lit burns the overclock and spawn. You're thinking this is a great situation for Falcons to be in. They now need to close the door, shut the gap, make sure they secure the round, but they couldn't. They couldn't find any additional picks. And in that slight downtime, we're back into a bit of a neutral. And all Crazy Raccoon need to do is just buy the time slightly more. Keep buying time. Keep the point alive in the OT. Keep this Kitsune Rush in there, and there's no response from Falcons. Fielder's too far away. He's 21% away when Shu drops in the Kitsune Rush. There's nothing else for Falcons to do in there. Only thing to play through was the Pulse Bomb, and it didn't come in until too late.
Tested but not bested. Crazy Raccoon with the unorthodox first map pick of Oasis. Take it away from Team Falcons after some weird Winston shenanigans.
And you can see that in the fact that we eventually got the swap over. You didn't see it in University, but once we got to Garden, that is exactly what happened. And the rest of the team's like, you know what? We should be taking the Malgamer, and you know what? We can win the Malgamer. It is strange to me that Falcons are not the team that are opting for the Malga first. But not only that, they're also the team that, especially on University, opted to not mirror the Malga when really they should be excited and wanting to try and bait the other team into playing a Malgamer. They need to believe that they are the best Malga team in the world, because if they can't be the best Malga team in the world, if they don't believe they're the best Malga team in the world, they're not going to win this series.
Yeah, like, if you can't let Crazy Raccoon alpha you on every composition, you know? Like, it's just not a winnable series when looking at it that way. The good news for Team Falcons is, though, they have the pick of the litter when it comes to maps next. Any mode except for control and any map amongst them is available, where you can really try and craft your experience to make the most of your strengths and really take away where Crazy Raccoon can thrive.
The Falcons, this is the opportunity where normally you do see sometimes they like to go to the King's Row, even though the win rate there is not great, and they did kind of get stopped there versus Crazy Raccoon. I do wonder if that's where they want to go immediately. I would personally like to see Falcons, once again, as I mentioned the pre-show, to go to a map where they will get the max sub in. That's Havana, that's going to be King's Row. Possibly it would even be Rialto. No, not Gibraltar, unfortunately. So a map where they can get the sub in from max would be pretty strong. Get the max versus Harbin matchup early, out of the way. Cervasa is going to be the choice. The problem here is that while a good choice for Falcons, also an amazing choice for Crazy Raccoon, as Crazy Raccoon themselves would normally also like to go to Cervasa when given the opportunity. The question here will then be, do we see a Wrecking Ball ban? Because this is the kind of situation where Jimbin is obviously still going to be in. He does like to play the Wrecking Ball here. We didn't get to see a Wrecking Ball ban on map 1 because it wasn't Lijiang Tower. It wasn't a very ball-favored map. If there is a Wrecking Ball ban to come on through, this might end up being it.
Oh, Kiriko taken off the cards here. We have seen Chiron play a fair amount off the Kiriko, and this does mean that tank bans are open. I wonder if we're going to see something like a Junker Queen ban from Crazy Raccoon. They're going to get rid of the Malga. Okay, well, maybe Honda wants to play the Junker Queen here, and you're getting rid of the cleanses? W?
This is a situation now where Jimbin is like, okay, well, they, on paper, need the Malga more than we do. Again, that wouldn't make sense on paper. Oasis did not prove that. Oasis actually said that Crazy Raccoon were the Malga team, and for some reason Falcons wasn't. But historically speaking, Falcons is meant to be the Malga team. So removing the Malga here is going to more enable the ball. So there was no ball ban. That's going to now get Jimbin in a position where he can play the ball. There's also no situation where what does the Kiriko really do here for the team? It's going to remove the Lucio Kiriko composition, any sort of Ana Kiriko type of composition. This would have been a really good matchup to... This is a decent matchup to now possibly enable Field to play the Ana, but we'll see if that ends up having any sort of real impact. I think ball is going to be the real impact in the series.
Yes, they will, Avril. Yes, they will. Obviously, Kiriko's a great rapid response force as well, just something like a ball dive. Being able to just TP in and get a clutch Suzu on someone who's under duress from one of those post-ball pile driver play around. Okay, here we go.
Ready for battle.
Jimbin yet to lock in the ball, but again, still am expecting that to be the lock-in to come on through. Now, typically for Falcons, they like to play Lucio and Ana anyway, but that is actually going to be the composition that Crazy Raccoon end up playing through. So, strangely, the Zen is going to come into this game. It's a Zen Juno comp, which I don't think is very typical of a Diva style comp. Usually, you play the Diva here, you are seeing something more like a Lucio a Lucio Ana being played into this comp.
It's very different, but I'm excited to see how it works out here. This could make for some very devastating dives, and maybe a lot of pressure onto Jimbin as well, between Harbin trying to knock them off the high ground and the Discord all being applied.
I think this is just too easy for Fielder to get targeted here. He is by far the easiest
There he
target, and by
goes.
far he is just going to die every single fight. So it is really strange that they would want to come through on Zen on this map. I understand Zen might be played on certain maps, longer sight lines, Gibraltar, I'm thinking Havana, Rialto. Zen might make more sense there. But on a map like Servasa, on a flashpoint, very similar to a control map, so many angles for flanking and diving, you're just asking to get dived over and over. You don't even have break protection. You have a Juno for protection that has less pocketing power, less peeling power than a Lucio would. It's just none of this really makes a lot of sense for Falcons, unfortunately.
No, this might be just a bad read. Once again, Team Falcons seem to have been having a
They
little
might
bit
be
of
illiterate.
compositional.
Genuinely, they might be illiterate.
They can't even read, brother. Oh, just extending some fire here. Down the way we go. Fielder's trying to get himself some good space here, but of course you can be outpoked at range by that Farish, who's all over when it comes to pocketing these guys. And it feels like Hanbin has to stay in such within one boost range of the Zenyatta, right, to try and emerge in an emergency to try and peel that one over. Proper's already taken down by Lip. A long-range sleep as well onto Hanbin is going to leave both of these supports rather vulnerable until they wake on up. That's for nano boost into a Baccio, going to be taken down by the right click from Junbin, showing Hanbin, hey bud, here's how it's done. On the Winston, up towards the sky goes Stalker, and well, bro's going to heaven.
Super early nano boost coming through as well. No surprises there. That is Shu doing as he usually does. After a very convincing and easy first fight win in the neutral. 2 fights, 1 nano, all it takes to get opening round done and dusted. Falcons now will be running through and trying to catch up on ultimates for a secondary round on the Garden. So let's see if this Transcendence ends up doing anything. Wouldn't it be funny if Field the Trances and Shu instantly bionades? It's all for naught.
You're going to feel real silly when my boy Fielder carries with this trance, Kevin. You're going to feel real silly.
Falcons are going to feel real silly if they lose the series.
Yeah, they are. Overclock ready to go. It's within the orbital ray. Does seem like space gains here by Team Falcons, but you're still going to worry about Junbin. Oh, the knockoff onto Fielder. You can't transseal through that one, lad. And you're going to take a while to get back, so we're going to set up a quick orbital beam to get them back faster, or whatever the speed ring tool. Hyper ring.
I wonder if Junbin's actually going to stick on the ball. He is. Yeah, okay, it's ball time for sure now. Fearing nothing on the enemy team. He's like, you know what? There's nothing to stop me here. Already banned the Malga. Stalker's not going to make a swap over to Sombra anytime soon. They have to fight through the ults first. Speaking of which, here we go. Double overclocks.
In exchange of these, Lip doesn't actually have the 150 charge perk right now. Stalker is instantly evaporated. Hey, look at that! Everyone else was saved by the Zen Transcendence. However, not the main person who was trying to carry, unfortunately. And what is Fielder doing over there, my guy?
He's trying to swap. He's running into the enemy team so he can die and swap, I think is what he's doing.
I think that is absolutely 100% accurate. Hanbin with 2. The Amari clan has been absolutely decimated by a well-placed self-destruct. Junbin makes sure there's no healing available here, though, for Team Falcon, so all of the damage is permanent. Fielder's not swapping. Just one thing to note for later, the Nutisers have noticed this indeed. Lip just playing around the backside for now, and a stride pulse bomb actually takes out Showwrong, and Hanbin's come over here. No healing was necessary.
Oh, wow. That one Hanbin bomb really did the damage. Note that Fielder was in spawn the whole time, so please no one say, oh yeah, the Zen worked. It's like, no, Hanbin carried that one with a pretty nice double bomb, and Fielder spent the whole round respawning, and then Crazy Raccoon, they're trying. Let's see how this Sombra versus Sombra gameplay is going to look now. I actually don't think Lip has written mastered the new Sombra yet, so opportunity here for Stalker to maybe kind of show that he has got an edge on this one, specifically because he's got a pretty good matchup in terms of shutting down the ball, very easy target in terms of the objective of why he is playing the Sombra. Anna is coming online once again, so let's take a look at where Shu ends up doing with this one.
Oh, he sang on the hunt, and while Junbin is going to be traded out for this 2-for-1 is good math for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They're going to grab that first contest, and Chorong stopping everyone to a break here is pretty good as well, I think, for this matchup.
Yeah, certainly will be. They'll have a little bit more defensive power versus any sort of dive that Hanbin takes in, whether that's on the Diva or the Winston. And then additionally onto that, putting a little bit of pressure onto Stalker too. As now the double swaps coming in. Winston is probably going to require a bit of support from the Ana, but yeah, glad to see the Ana come through for Fielder now.
Thank the gods. Ra and Osiris really pulling through on this one. He's saying already pretty low, but could just back away and get a little bit of healing. Also has that Mega available, hacked up if needed. Nice nade! Right onto both of the backline supports. Chiu answers here with an orbital ray, but the path of it is going to be interrupted here by those mines. And I stick onto a fleeing Sombra. He's just filthy. Absolutely rancid, bro. Chiu just resets into the mines, and I think this point is over.
Take this bomb and make it invisible along with your body. It's Team Falcons. That will be the last fight. 2-1 now. It'll be next round. I don't think they'll really be able to touch in time. Maybe a really fast dive by Proper, but note that even if the touch is enabled, still a 4 versus 5. Still not comfortable.
Certainly not comfy, not cozy either. Heesang just lying in wait for Hanbin to come on over. We're back to the Hanbinston. At this point, it's the better of the two evil options that I've seen. Proper has a bomb to play with here. It could make all the difference if only they want to try and actually make a play for. This is going to be Hanbin coming in with a quick contest here as Stalker tries to figure out their location. Secondary EMP maybe to try and shut down Lit, but no, with Hanbin down, this is over before it has began. Stalker's going to be noted here with the information of the hack to make sure that everyone knows EMP is available.
Falcons spent a long time there, not really able to commit anything. Stalkers just waiting to use the EMP. Lip, no such thing, ready to go in. Commit the EMP, drop it in the fight for Crazy Raccoon to get the cleanup and the round win. Finally, Falcons though, they got the touch, they survived, they stalled out a little bit, but just couldn't quite find an opening to extend the fight and actually find a pick. Looking at Stalker's POV was quite confusing as he was just so far away from it all. And now, get 2-1 here. A lot needs to be done by Falcons in this opening. They have ultimate advantage for the first time in a while, but they're losing players.
Dude, he's saying he's just getting so much value out of these bombs. It's kind of crazy right now. Playing on that hacked pack as well. Feels inassailable towards the limited damage of the Brigitte. Lip trying to get the 2v1 here. Even at range, there's a wild bardic grenade coming in from Shu. Yeah, he's going to fall on down to Hanbin here. Leaves a sticky behind in his wake. And Hanbin, well, he's just going to get swarmed by all these little flies.
It's 3-1 ults as well. And Falcons, they kind of just got taken down in the neutral. Can't afford to just get stuck by Heesang in that position. But now Heesang's performing, especially on a map like Survasa, people remember how that went for him last year. And you know Falcons are in trouble here. 5 ultimates, losing the cap. Again, they need to be in a position now to try and get a spin. By the way, just to put this out there, Lip is about to lap Stalker on EMP.
Oh, that's going to be quite embarrassing. Out comes the Nano. Oh, actually manages to wipe out the minefield. Stalker mostly playing it for survivability there, because guess who cannot go through to try and follow up on this one? The Nano. Winston just doesn't have the damage. There comes the lapping EMP. Chio in the sights of Lip. Everyone taking extra damage from the passive of the Sombra. And while Fielder can play for their own survival, this is going to be difficult to win out. Lip gets the drop onto Stalker. Junbin actually slept in the back here. Might be able to try and knock off Fielder as they get closer and closer to that perilous edge. The wind up on the pile driver means plenty of damage. And Crazy Raccoon are back in control.
Yeah, they actually managed to, they being Falcons, take that a little bit closer than Crazy Raccoon would have liked to, but that EMP from Lip, the extra one dropped into the end, seals the deal for Crazy Raccoon eventually. Enough time, though, for Falcons to be able to initiate this dive in, get the retake into play, but with only a primal to play into. Not too sure if that's going to be enough. Charong with the rally is going to be able to carry this fight quite comfortably, I think.
Nice, setting in Hanbin with a heal. That's what I'm talking about right there. Get that extra ult charge for Stalker. Junbin, held at risk. Hanbin going to try and make something happen with this Primal Rage, but chasing balls right now might not be the best idea. Looking like a dog out there. Give me that tennis ball. Chorong pops out the rally. Extra staying power and the stun off the back of a shield bash is too much to deal with. Gio surrounded is going to have to just try and extricate themselves from this situation. And he's going to make sure they get out of there real nice and fast. Crazy Raccoon on the precipice of winning, but Proper and Stalker refusing to lose for a moment. Fielder's been taken down. The damage is permanent. It's a last chance saloon, and it seems like the pulse bomb's gone awry elsewhere. Shu, Nano's Lip, and themselves in tandem as the Doomfist turns up, but you're going to need more than a dream of evolution to get past the Crazy Raccoons.
Hanbin might have spent several years being the teammate of Fearless, but Fearless he is not. That was a Primal to forget and a Winston performance to maybe put on the shelf for now as we move forward in the series. 0-2 for Falcons so far. Many questionable decisions. The Zen, in my opinion, didn't really do too much in that particular matchup. Certainly got heavily farmed in the opening market round, which gave Raccoon quite a considerable lead. Yeah, pretty decent diva play and all the rest happening on that second point to at least allow Falcons a little bit of a rebuttal. But aside from that, not much to say about it. Lip outplaying Stalker here a little bit, maybe a little too conservative and too careful from the play by Stalker. And that was even with the addition of being able to play a Sombra into a ball. Lip with double the amount of nanos rather than EMPs. Not a good look for Stalker, unfortunately. Crazy Raccoon leading. See you after the break.
너만 괴롭혀봐. 하나 혼자 볼게. 손모이 못 잡아. 손모이. 아 짜리 안 보여. 홈시에 전화 붙여야지. 전화. 트레만. 트레 노래 붙다니까. 트레 노래 트레만. 네.
Crazy Raccoon fans thriving right now. Some might say the best team in the world, and certainly looks like it. Team Falcons 0-2 down as we stand here after Suravasa, Kev. It's not looking amazing.
Something has to change here. Something has to improve rapidly for Falcons. You actually would not want to see another 0-4 from Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. If anything, in a BO7, make it close, make it competitive, make the maps feel like they are among and played by the best two teams in the world, not just by the best one team in the world and then another team existing. Zeta at least got the one map, and yeah, Falcons need to do the same. But so far, they're not giving a lot of confidence in this series. They're not really playing much of the Malga just yet, kind of refusing to play that one on Oasis until it was too late. and then had the Malga banned out on subsequent maps. They could have both protected the Malga and also gotten rid of the ball with a single ball ban on Sobas, which they were first banned, by the way, making similar mistakes, you could argue, to Shangun and Rascal in yesterday's series, where they failed to protect their Diva and banning out the Winston. Here, 9KS and Sparkle and Aid have failed to ban out the ball, protecting their own Malga. As we move to King's Row now, this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier for Falcons. If they're losing the series, take it to a map where you're going to see the max sub-M. Do what Zeta did, where essentially you want to have Bernard face up against Max, try and change the matchup a little bit. Don't just have this off tank versus main tank, Bernard versus Jumbin, or in this case, Hanbin versus Jumbin situation where you're kind of just losing to Jumbin. Put it onto a max map, see if you can change your fate a little bit, move it into more of an off tank based matchup, put it into Diva versus Diva, Sigma versus Sigma, Zarya versus Zarya, and see where that goes.
Yeah, that would be ideal, and indeed it has come to pass. Last time, though, when we saw these two teams match up on King's Row, this is where it all fell apart, more so than it had previously. We saw Proper essentially trying to solo Crazy Raccoon, and 4 more spectators on Team Falcons watching from afar. I don't think we saw Hanbin touch the point once on Zarya. But maybe this time it's going to be a different story. Maybe we could see some team movement up onto the high ground.
Yeah, I think Zarya was Hanbin's choice there, and he tried to just kind of walk over towards the point, but not really achieve too much, not get anything done. You have the singular kill from that attack from Stalker's Hanzo, but unfortunately Hanzo didn't deliver anything else for the rest of the attack, and since then we actually haven't really seen that at all, and that's Tayo, by the way, in Hongdae.
Oh,
Little wave to
great
the
to see
audience.
Tayo.
I believe Illusion is the stream on the right side. That's right. I know my streamers.
Wow.
Anybody
Connected.
else know their streamers?
Mr. LinkedIn.
So you wouldn't want to see Falcons make the same mistake as they did versus Crazy Raccoon in that 0-4 loss, where, as you rightfully say, of those maps, King's Row was actually not even the ugliest one. It was the beginning of the end, you could say. Really,
it was the full collapse. It occurred there, but then it got worse.
Esperanza, I think, was the worst map. Esperanza was like, wow, this is really bad. This is like, bro, this unfortunately, this is looking like Crazy Raccoon versus bottom Korea or any other region that's not Korea. It was not a good look at all for Falcons, and a match they would like to forget. Unfortunately, I'll keep reminding them, because they need to be able to turn it around. This is the opportunity to show that they can win King's Row. They can get past at least A on King's Row. They're not going to make the same mistakes. They're not going to have proper 1v5 or 4 people move themselves to the spectator slot in the lobby.
Yeah, don't want to see OBS Falcons. And, well, we'll have to keep bringing up how bad it was until they do better. And this is, of course, their chance to do so. Oh, the Hiriko art is so cute. I love it. I like the lip in the back as well.
A pretty good King's Row versus Zeta in the group stage. So admittedly, we have a little bit more data there to play with, and that kind of restored a little bit of faith in Falcons' ability to play through successfully on King's Row. Now, notably, they didn't win the map, but they pushed the map into the time bank, and at least it was, quite a competitive map, and they won that series 2 overall as well. So faith restored in some ways for Falcons. They did still play a very similar strategy, although they swapped off the Zarya for a Winston. Probably not the beginning of the Han Binston arc, but a continuation of it from, I think, when did it really begin? To me, it really began in 2023 Dallas Fuel, when Hanbin was solo tanking for Dallas Fuel. And there were certain metas where you couldn't avoid it. You just had to play the Winston. You can't really blame him there. It's like, you got to do what you got to do. But
yeah, the Winston is hyper optional right now.
2 years later, and still not really convinced by that one hero out of Hanbin just yet. First ban is going to be Mei. That speaks towards a Diva situation potentially for Falcons. It opens up Diva a lot. Also just prevents the stalling of the various choke points on King's Row. But with the Zarya ban, that kind of removes one of the key picks away from Hanbin. He does like to play a lot of Zarya here, but as also previously discussed, he played Zarya on A versus Crazy Raccoon, and it did nothing. So maybe, in a way, this kind of helps out Falcons a bit. Maybe this is a good thing.
Yeah, saving Hanbin from himself, maybe a touch here. Crazy Raccoon giving some backroom coaching to their rivals. Like, come on, let's make it a bit competitive. The crowd came all the way out here, and I'm happy to see that maybe with Zarya gone, we're gonna see a little bit of mobility, see a bit of energy, see some movement from Hanbin and God. I'd also love to see a Kiriko here from Falcons to kind of join proper up in those high grounds and really bring the siege to Lips high ground hit scan, which domineers this first point.
Speaking of hit scans, this would be a good opportunity for Stalker to lock in that Ashe, where he has had some good success on the Ashe before. Even a Sojin wouldn't really mind it, although probably not as impactful in terms of the one-shot hit, but we see most teams actually go for the Ashe here. I expect that Lip will do exactly that. Now, previously, Max has played Sigma on this map, so you have to be considerate of the fact that a Sigma coming through is the likely defense. So a couple things here for the navigation of Hanbin and the rest of Falcons. Now, if you remember, we actually saw at Kings Row just yesterday out of Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta Division, where Zeta played a Juno, Kiriko, Diva, Ashe, Genji lineup. Pelican managed to get into the back. Bernard instantly followed up on the Diva to pocket Pelican, and they got a quick kill on the Shu, which kind of knocked off the dominoes to allow them to eventually cap A. That was something that never happened for Falcons when they did Kings Row versus, because, well, they didn't have the Diva. So, given that they've banned the Mei, it speaks towards the fact that I think Hanbin wants to lean the Diva. That's one of the key reasons why you would ban the Mei.
Yeah. I like the read. And the Mei... Mei's a lot more of a common pick as well as a ban against Zeta Division, because they bring Pelican in for this map, and Pelican's Mei is really, really good. Not quite as popular. We know that both Stalker and Heesang can play the Mei. I believe we're just sorting out a couple of issues
and by
here.
the way,
I think with this cheer.
Fun fact is we had the exact same bans yesterday on this map between Crazy Raccoon and Zeta, but in that case it was Zeta banning out the Zarya first as their first ban, and then Crazy Raccoon responded with a Mei ban. So it's the exact same bans, but reversed.
Interesting.
So it just seemed like usually when you get these
Stalker.
bans coming on through, it does speak towards both teams kind of accepting it's okay. We want to keep this one to an honest Sigma or Diva matchup. We don't want to see Zarya. We don't want to see anything that would prevent the Diva from being played, which would be, you've essentially with a Mei and a Zarya gone, those are the two biggest problems that would be on the field for a Diva to deal with. And by removing that, it would be like if you saw both a Malga and a Juno ban at the same time. It's like, okay, you really don't want this comp being played, even though just banning the Malga on its own would have been enough. But point being, it's Diva time. And that probably will be a good thing for Hanbin.
And you know what? Hanbin's bomb was the bright spot of Saravasa.
It really was.
See if it can make the difference again.
Basically, the only reason they won a point, so hold on to that. Clutch that one through. I like day map 3. Let's see what changes.
Be still my beating heart. We got both the Lintomes in here. Heesang, of course, is very commonly playing behind Hotel with the Torbjorn to create that really difficult little pocket to try and eliminate that turret from when you try and really pressure out Max.
Outside of the Alari, which will not be actually played here, God's willing, we're going to be seeing...
Brother's playing Winston now.
We're going to be seeing essentially the same attacking lineup that we saw out of Falcons when they went up against Zeta, maybe similarly when Zeta went up against the Crazy Raccoon. However, yeah, the Stalker Hanzo needs to be really putting numbers here. Hanbin staying on the Winston is going to be another question mark. Obviously, I think the Diva's far more within his wheelhouse and also just far stronger on this map. Echo coming on through. It's a change up from what we saw previously from the Hanzo. Still pretty decent. Good diving power with the Genji, if nothing else, and a good way to shut down some of the turrets being put up by Heesang.
Yeah, the Winston at least is going to put a lot more pressure onto Max, who can't shield out any of that Tesla coil damage coming in. And of course, Hanbin's also going to have access to that perk to do more damage to deployables with the Tesla cannon, which might be an issue against Heesang, who's already lost their turret, to be honest, as a proper. Max just going to be forced out of this corridor right here. You don't want to go too far down it, though, as of course the accretion in that can barely miss.
Now, notably here, we have Chio on the brig and also Churong on the brig. Previously, we've had Churong play Kuriko, and that's saving Shu's life a lot. Speaking of saving people's life, Heesang down on the top. We've actually seen this before. Previously, when Crazy Raccoon have had their 8-point broken, it was Heesang down dead, first and foremost.
All right, Heesang actually is going to come back out on the Tracer to try and have some rapid reinforcement on this fight with how brutal it is getting. Stalker manages to chase down Shu, but they've really done so much damage here, and Hanbin's surrounded by Chorong and Match. It's going to take a while for Shu to get back, though.
It does, and that's the problem, because Hanbin is going to get the wave respawn with his 2 DPS. You see they all respawn at the same time, actually alongside Shu. But Shu's run-back distance is extremely long. He doesn't have Chio on the loose to taxi him in either. So there is a real window here where Falcons need to be able to force 5v4 better yet, as well as the Shu's probably going to have to start the low ground. He's not going to have high ground control.
Big body block onto Max right there. And the burst damage is applied by Stalker thereafter. Shu has finally returned, but without a tank to bring forth this bulk, it might be difficult to try and defend this point. Jorok's going to have to take the long way around as he was supposed to see the high ground previously.
And you note that it's a longer run back time even then if you want to go the high ground route, because that meant Shu had to come out of spawn and go all the way around to the side and then up the stairs to reach the high ground. All of the time that he takes to do that flank essentially means that Max can get caught out. He does get caught out. So a singular kill on the Shu, which I remind you didn't happen in the 0 versus 4 series when Kings Rose played between these two teams. That was one of the key things that didn't happen, because Proper spent the entire game trying to get Shu down and couldn't do so. Here, Shu dies once, they cap.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Real iteration coming through from Team Falcons, and Hanbin sticking around on the Winston is going to be going up against a Pharah now, which is a lot of damage at range, and well, you found that out real quick, didn't you, bud?
What you need is Stalker to be able to be the one to put the lid on top of Heesang. However, that's not really going to happen until they can get through the archway, I was going to say, because, yeah, you can't have Stalker hard commit onto Heesang to land the beam to actually get the finish off. And that's not going to happen until Falcons can sort of break through. It is interesting, though, that Heesang would want to play the Pharah, given that the Pharah counter on Echo is already locked in by Stalker on the other side.
Hanbin, nanoed, instantly rocked, stunned for a while, and nice for Coach Gun, just keeps Hanbin at range even longer. The nano primal, and it's slept. Right now, it's a lot of control onto Hanbin. Bro is having an Overwatch 1 experience at the moment, unfortunately. A desperate attempt to escape for Stalker, but can't flood away fast enough against the speed and the power that Heesang brings to the fore. Hanbin simply jumps into the midst of the enemy to be torn apart into chicken nuggets. And Crazy Raccoon, gonna hop.
What an awkward fight. I mean, you have a situation where Falcons, yes, they do have to deal with the Bob, but once they kill the Bob, they couldn't walk forward. Heesang, rather not Heesang, but Max traded positions with Hanbin. Hanbin went in deep against Crazy Raccoon. Backline got slept. Max walked on forward, and he was able to drop a flux on top of field to get that kill and prevent Falcons from following up and helping Hanbin in any way.
No nano blade on the cards for now. Proper might have to just bring it in unassisted, maybe with the overhealth of Virali if it can be forced out. Kinetic Grasp already used here by Max Heesang. We've got to keep an eye on them. Approaching from the top with the barrage ready to go. Proper gets a quick disengage, moving over onto the backline now. The sleep dart's gone awry, so Proper's got a little bit of an opening here. Potentially does have a rally at their back. Turok super low. Chio into the back. The nano onto the barrage. The damage is delivered to Chio, but this fight is a little bit too messy for Crazy Raccoons to really recover from. In the midst of all this, Proper was getting reset after reset. And while there is a little bit left in terms of Max's longevity, this one's over.
Yeah, really nice sleep from onto Heesang by Fielder, a posthumous sleep as well, because Fielder ends up going down, but importantly, shuts down Heesang. That doesn't happen. Possibly a very different fight. So Falcons able to take care of the threats. Both of our rallies disappeared as quickly as they were enabled. Very rough looking, unfortunate. Dragonblade coming through from Proper, but he didn't want to take too much of a risk, and we can respect that. At least he built some, gave some space to the team.
Quick disengage here, just away from a Bob. We can see that Fielder's hiding out in the underground for now. Max actually knows about Fielder's location. Where's Nano ready to go? Double Nano this time. That's straight onto Hanbin. Max is going to go for a solo flux here. Needs to be shot on down. Hanbin actually gets LOS'd away from a healing of Fielder. Maybe we're shielded off as well. It's the perfect flux from Max.
And now big reset. Note that Hanbin died on 99 as well. Just a little bit more damage. Would have given him the primal to survive against the flux, and possibly then looking at a very different fight. And also feel that late death here is going to cost them time, which they don't have, because we're already looking at about a minute left to go. They've capped A leg day, but capping B now seems like quite the struggle. Remember, they finished the map with time versus Zeta. Currently, they're looking like they won't be able to do the same at all versus Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, the Zen's on the field now as well from Chorong. There's going to be some real danger at range from this Hanzo for those less mobile characters. A good dodge there from Hanbin to avoid the incoming accretion stun. But it's going to take a while to carve your way through the shield. And oh, every single step of the way is getting taxed, Kev.
And that's the thing, is now we're going to get into the OT straight away. They're not going to be to force a fight before the 1 minute mark. And given that's the case, if Proper goes down here, it might be lights out already. He's in a lot of trouble and he's gone. Hanbin's caught. Call it over. Team Falcons will not be capping this one, I'm afraid.
Unless Stalker has something massive within him. A couple of headshots. Time to toggle it on, but Stalker can't quite find the targets right now. Max, it's just a bulwark in the midst of all this. Touching the car is going to be a difficult task.
Chio's touching, actually, okay. Lucky
Has
to
to
not die
happen.
there, actually.
And now, oh, it's the Primal now. It's a good rotation in. Hummer will be able to survive a little bit longer, scare away some of these squishies in the back, but someone else got to get on top of this now. That's going to be a stick, potentially actually dragged away from it by the Flux. A little bit of an anti-synergy there between Max and their Tracer. As Proper's getting close towards this bed. There's a Nano coming through onto the rally as well. All the supports are levied already, but guess what? That's going to be the Bob in there. There's already 2 gone. Oh, so far away from the car. Everyone touching the objective is torn apart by Crazy Raccoons.
Just 2 deaths at the wrong time. Proper, then into Harmbin, and it starts falling apart. You have Chio then forced to touch the payload, and Falcons just couldn't quite get a fight going. Primal has to be burned immediately by Harmbin just to even reach the fight in time. It's just not a very winnable position to be in. If maybe Chorong and Shu and the rest of them on Crazy Raccoon were slightly further away from ultimate, that could have been the difference maker. Okay, the trance isn't there. Maybe we can force something here. Proper will buy a little bit of time to get onto that flank, get the blade going, because the positioning of the blade is good. By the time we saw him get in position for the blade, unfortunately his team dies. They couldn't keep the OT going. But he actually had the flanking blade. Just Falcons needed slightly more time, which they don't have, because, well, 2 very poor deaths cost them the ability to set up for a real fight that they would have liked to have had. And shocking. Final push there. It's going to cost them their ability to finish the map, and now the ability to win this map is in massive jeopardy, I want to say.
Yeah, finally going to see the Humbin Diva come out as well. I'm surprised it wasn't used on the attack. I was thinking, like, why ban the Mei if you weren't going to play the Diva? Because Mei doesn't really levy much threat against Winston at all. Max, on the other hand, is going to be mirroring this, running straight out of it, and Lip's going to be putting on their Stalker hat. Have to see if they stick with this for any more than a cursory scout. No.
The Zen is definitely a risk. However, at least on King's Row, a little bit harder for him to just get purely flanked and taken down, especially given that he's saying is not on anything with high flanking capability. But you know what? How about we just play front to back? How about Stalker just stands on the point by himself and gets blown up by 3 rockets in a row with Harmbin not there to assist, and many other things will continue going wrong, I'm sure.
An attempt to carry this one through from Proper, but with both supports staring the way of your victim, it's very difficult to burst through that one. Lip now has access to the hotel and a bodyguard to boot as well. It's a luxury experience for Lip. Get down, Mr. President. Fielder up here already caught by the Farah, down to 69 HP, but survival, that'd be a little bit too nice for Fielder. Bro is going all the way down, and that is going to be quite the time bank to try and hold second.
It really does look like everyone else in Korea is playing for second here, and I should probably extend that to everyone else in the world is playing for second here, as Crazy Raccoon look to systematically dismantle Falcons again in what will probably eventually be a 4 at this rate. It was looking like a 3-0 right now. Kings Row. Time is running out for Falcons to do anything. The irony here is actually they have too much time in the sense that they have to somehow hold this for over 5 minutes. Max is now going to go over towards the Ram. It's going to have the advantage on the ground versus Harmbin punching through the Matrix.
The defense here for 5 minutes would bring envious tears to the eyes of a Rohan at Helm's Deep, I'll put it that way. Max on the Ramatra here is just going to keep eroding this space. Just for every single time the Nemesis form comes up and you've got to disengage with that Diva.
This would be like if Soman's Urukai brought more than 1 bomb. Multiple, in fact. And they said,
do you think we should bring more than 1 of these?
Why just bring 1 to blow up the, spoilers, the wall, when we can just keep bringing more? Let's just bring like 50 of them and just blow everything up.
Now you're thinking like a Tracer player. And Proper's thinking like a corpse, unfortunately. Fielder grabs 1, but I think at this point, it's all over but the crying. He's saying going to try and hunt down the remainder of Humbin's HP here. There's also a ravenous vortex coming through from the Ramatra to try and stop this one happening. There's going to be a last second touch with 413 centimeters between Falcons and Oblivion. A barrage is here as well, and a quick disengagement now from a well-placed orbital beam.
Waiting for Lip to get back in here as well, but maybe Crazy can just lock it up 4v5. No, they're going to back out. Respecting the fact the Falcons are using ultimates, they grouped up. Harmbin is alive. He survived against the Bionade. Will be able to actually find himself a remake off this as well, which will be handy. It will need it because a flurry of ultimates from Crazy Raccoon are about to come on in. And here we go. This is the 50 bombs I'm talking about.
Saruman, we've come in with a second bomb. At the moment, Proper trying to make it happen at the back. Oh, that That was nasty from Hisang, still punished by Hanbin for all of this. An exchange of Kitsune rushes. Not entirely sure where Team Falcons is going. Oh, they're not touching. Oh, they're not touching. Ah, it's over. Yep.
Hate to be fatalistic about this one, but sometimes you can just see it in the leaves. Sometimes you consult the stars and the horoscopes just say 4-0. You know, what can you do about it? You see the performance on the first map and you're thinking, man, this is a little bit weird. They're not opting into the Malga. It's a little strange that this is happening right now. They're all swapping Malga a little bit late. You got a map 2. It's more Han Binston. Not particularly exciting gameplay. They win 1 point because of 2-man Diva Bomb. And then you get to map 3 Kings Row. And a bit of a struggle, but at least they cap A. Then they failed the cap B and then the defense is non-existent. Map 4 coming up, and it might be the final one like that. We'll see how it goes.
아 미안. 저기 해봐. 시간이야.
나이스. 싹.
I don't know about you, Kev, but I'm pretty reverse sweet pilled. Coach 9K's coming around here with 9,000 ideas, and all we need is one good one.
Yeah, he's got 9,000 ideas, but 9,000 would certainly not be the number describing the IQ of the team right now. As to be fair, it's a lot of IQ, but yeah, we're working with a different set of criteria here. I don't know. I'm looking at this Falcons team in disbelief. Yesterday versus away, I'm thinking, okay, they're just, they're saving strats. they're not being very serious versus Away because they know they're the better team. But versus Crazy Raccoon, don't worry. They'll play like they normally would. They're going to bring out the real Falcons. Don't worry. We're going to see it. Sadly, I was right. They are bringing out the real Falcons. The real Falcons is that troll team that we saw yesterday versus Away. That's actually what they're doing. They're just going to... That's the real... That wasn't the superhero mask. That's the real identity behind the mask. It's the same person. You know, it's Clark Kent, picks off the glasses. It's the same person. So, not fooling anyone this time. I see through it all. I see through it all. At this point, they should just sub Majet in and just, you know, they're going to lose 4-0 anyway. Give Majet his map and then just walk happily into the sunset and maybe let Zeta go to China because Zeta are taking this game a little bit more seriously than Falcons right now. Zeta actually beat Crazy Raccoon on Kings Row, by the way.
You know, you've got such great disappointed dad energy. I will turn this car around. Esperanza. Oh, are we running this? I'm getting the worst deja vu. I'm getting the worst deja. I'm stuck in a time loop. Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
But will it be the full 142.41 meters, which is the full cap, by the way, versus 1.31 meter cap out that we saw?
I hope not.
Is it going to be the full Falcons crashing out of the series 0-4? At least they looked competitive with Samara and Havana back in that series. Here, this is not even arguably, it just is a worse 0-4 than what we saw before. If they can win this map, I'll at least say, okay, they lose 1-4. All right, that's fine. That gives you a little bit of hope. But if they just get wiped out 0-4 and it's a worse 0-4 given that it's less competitive than the previous 0-4, Zeta are probably a stronger team than Falcons right now, even with the Falcons' recent 3-2 against them, because I don't know, unless Zeta are just cursed versus Falcons, I'm not too sure about that one, but there certainly is no curse here between these two teams unless the curse is extremely one-sided against Falcons, where recently they just can't seem to win a single damn map versus Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, when you bring up like Zeta versus Falcons, we got to start thinking, Kev. Could this be the first major Team Falcons don't attend? If they don't turn things around here and they go into their lower bracket match against Zeta Division playing like this, we might see a Falconless major.
Falcons are waiting desperately to get Merit and someone in right now. Just a couple more games, boys. Just a couple, one more LAN event, and the stage is over, and then finally they'll have the tank that they need and a hit scan that we'll never use. But at least that'll help Falcons maybe a little bit. It'll give them a Winston play at minimum. So that'll be on the way for Stage 2, I'm sure. For Stage 1, they've made their bed. It's not pretty. It's not pretty at all.
Those corners are not tucked properly. That Humbin Diva are very good. I wish he'd play it.
He hasn't unlocked that character. It's a DLC character. He hasn't unlocked
Bro has not grabbed it in the battle pass.
Yeah, so he hasn't completed his battle pass, unfortunately. He hasn't unlocked Diva. It happens. It happens.
Boy, that's a Junbin ball just below. Perfectly done. It's weird to think that maybe our series later is going to be a closer one. Way versus Zeta Division, they've played it super close before. Team Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. Like, what do I want to see from a band here is the question. Like, you can just run it back on the Malga.
I think they should force the Malga here.
Yeah.
And so what you would need to do is the Malga's already been banned earlier in the series, so you want to just at this stage protect your supports. So you just want to go for maybe an Ana ban. Yeah, ban Ana, and that protects both your Juno and your Brig. And then you just lock in the Malga and be the better Malga team. Hopefully it's close. Hopefully it's competitive. And if they can win, then lo and behold, they've actually figured out a winning matchup and they can actually do something where they can play more Malga perhaps and win the series. However, we caution you that in future maps, it will all be Crazy Raccoon picks with their first bans. So because you're down in the whole 0-3, to be fair, this would be the case at any point that one team reaches match point, which is they now get to choose every single map for the rest of the series if the series continues.
You know, I'm feeling with Marjade Iliari. I think that we gotta protect our Iliari, you know? Another Ana ban. That's how it works out here. It's a nice artwork of she right there. I thought that was a microphone, actually a lollipop. Unfortunately, I can't read the Korean, I just see
what they should do is play Amalgam. What they're actually going to do is Hanbin's going to come out on a Hog. Fielder's going to be on a Zen. Stalker's going to play Hanzo. Proper's going to play Torb. And Chio's going to AFK and spawn. Is probably what
genius.
That's probably what the coaching coming through from Falcons headquarters right now will be to the team for Esperanza. Yeah.
And it might have a greater success rate from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and what they'll do again, just like on Kings Row A, is Stalker for no reason will stand in the middle of the map and just eat all this damage and die. They'll just do that. Stalker, he got player of the match yesterday, deservedly so. But man, that was horrendous to watch. Bro looked like his mum called him to the living room mid-match, and he had to step away from the keyboard real quick. Sorry guys, mum needs me in the bed. Mum needs me in the living room. I need to sweep the floor. I need to wash the dishes to Fran style real quick.
I gotta peel these potatoes, man.
Oh, sorry guys, I had to step away from my keyboard real quick.
I mean, I'm hoping they can turn it around because I was so impressed with Falcons yesterday. Really hyped going into this match. I think, okay, Falcons have got it back. They recovered from their absolute travesty of a Korean playoffs. They've been good in the group stage, and then this. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not Falcons' fault. Maybe Crazy Raccoon are just
maybe it's
so
9K
far ahead
of
the entire world.
Maybe it's the coaching staff.
Well,
maybe it's Maybelline.
Echo.
Maybe it's Maybelline. Here we go. Okay, what do we have here? Echo. We'll enable a Genji. We'll enable a Pharah.
Yeah.
I'm now expecting Crazy Raccoon to ban Juno. They haven't banned that yet. I've actually banned Queen. I don't think we were going to see the Queen here. I am actually not convinced that Hanbin would have actually played the Queen here anyway. This is, he plays the Queen typically when he's baited into the Queen mirror. So, we saw that yesterday actually, when Pepe went the Queen, and Hanbin was happy to oblige. I think Crazy Raccoon are having fun.
Yeah. Having a bit of a giggle with it. We'll see if it works out. Of course, Jumbin's been substituted back in for Esperanza. Max came in for his one and done. Got his one. Left into the sunset. Happy tears streaming down his face. I'm so back.
What it does mean, though, is that the strategy is still sound. Because the bans won't really impact anything here at all in terms of where the strategy could go for Falcons. If they want to play a very standardized Malga comp, they can just do that straight away. Jumbin might test the waters on a ball. If he wants to have some fun, he'll probably roll on the ball. But I think this will eventually get drawn down into some sort of Malga mirror. That's what it should be drawn into on this map. It's what it has been drawn into previously on the map. There's a good chance that Diva might be considered by Hanbin as well. I'll put that one out there.
This map yesterday is where we really saw like Crazy Raccoon kind of stepping into their own as a team that could really hang on the Malga going up against Zeta Division, who we kind of lauded as the best Malga team, just getting absolutely pantsed by Crazy Raccoon on Esperanza. To a point where Junbin had a couple of like free low lives just on the wrecking ball for no particular reason. Homie just felt so comfortable in the lead that the whimsy took over.
Sorting out a couple of final issues here before we head into game. I've been trying to see if he can complete his battle pass in time to unlock Diva while we wait.
Yo, can I get the accelerated track?
Best thing I ever saw was Season 1 of Overwatch 2. This is sadly now years ago. That's how much time has passed. Season 1. I remember day 1, Season 1, Sparkle streamed, and immediately the first thing he did after loading in the game, he saw the Genji Mythic and then instantly bought the entire battle pass to the max. Like, he bought the levels. He maxed out the battle pass using money straight away. He just purchased the entire battle pass. I'm pretty sure if you buy the battle pass from... It's 80 levels, right? So it's like, if you buy all the levels, it's like crazy expensive.
That's like 16,000 coins.
Yeah, it's like $160 then, right? Something like that. And Sparkle's like, I'm locking it in. And so he just rocked the Cyber Ninja, Cyber Demon Genji day 1. Which I thought was really
nice.
Day
1. Bro's funding Stadium. Thanks, Sparkle.
That's what the
doing it for the lads.
That's what the second Les Seraphim bundle is going to do, actually. So wait for that one. Wait for that one.
Dude, this Falcon art, let's say that it's aspirational rather than accurate. Maybe we redraw this one where
What's
the big Falcons
I
mascot
see
is
it.
crying.
I just realized there's a raccoon in the second drawing there. Getting
Yeah.
bullied by the falcon. I thought I wasn't sure. I was like, is that a koala? What is that? Like a little red panda? Then I was like, oh no, that
Great
is
art, but profoundly incorrect.
I saw
here we go,
what was
hopefully.
what was one of the signs yesterday? It was like fly Falcons fly. But, you know,
Oh,
they do
yeah.
say is that, you know, what is it? In danger, in traumatic situations, your response is fight,
euphoria,
fight, flight, freeze, or something else. I think it's definitely flight right now. It's definitely looking like flight right now for Falcons because I am not seeing a lot of fight coming in. This is their chance to get that fight in there, though. Here we go. Map 4. Any reverse sweep believers?
Maybe. Here we go again.
Imagine lying about map 4 starting. Imagine lying about map 4 starting.
Another classic Kevin Walker falsehood.
Hyman's like, hold up, guys. One more level. One more level in the battle pass and I have my Diva finally. Need a little bit more time. Maybe if he spins his monitor 180 facing the audience, he'll have a good performance on Winston.
Yeah, just
I wouldn't be able to tell the difference if
if
he just completely spun the monitor towards the audience and played with his head looking at the back of the monitor. Probably the same Winston performance, if I'm honest. Probably the same.
Oh, I'm laughing because otherwise I'd cry. Oh, look at that Stalker art. Here we go. Oh, I love that Chio Lucio art as well. At this point, I think that the real winners of this series are the artists in the crowd. They truly have shown up to play today. Falcons could learn a thing or two.
I've seen more Diva in the audience than I have in the server today. That's interesting.
Bro. Yeah, that's very much my sound. Expecting a banger 7 map right there. Oh, reverse sweep is still here. It could still happen. They could pop out, be that Mauga team. I don't care if I have to watch another 4 maps of Mauga if you can make it competitive. I want to see Falcons return to the glory. Like, we can't be heading into Hangzhou with one team so far ahead.
You know what's the funniest thing about all of this is that Falcons at this current level, which is embarrassingly bad versus Crazy Raccoon, but this level of Falcons, if they still beat Zeta and make it to Hangzhou, will still be number 2 in Hangzhou. Even how shockingly bad Falcons look right now is still better than the entirety of NA and EU. That's the funniest part. And probably China. Although, once again, did beat Falcons on LAN and EWC last year. So that is also possible. You can't count out the old Hangzhou spot. Can't count out once again. But yeah, this level of shockingly awful Falcons is still definitely better than NAU. We have that going for us.
Yeah, like usually we wouldn't be going in this hard, but unfortunately this is also Falcons pausing right now. So all we can do is stew in the warm aromas of their absolute failure. And what a stew it is. Ah, this one goes out to the letter R. Oh, there's a C over there as well. That makes sense. That makes a little bit more sense. CR win. Happy guys.
I think the middle fan art is the God creating Crazy Raccoon or God creating something meme. Just going to add a little bit of this, and then they added in a ton of something. What's the red? You tell me what the red thing is that they added in there.
Aura.
Oh, yeah.
Pure, unadulterated aura. Wait, is that a Sojourn slide in the back? That's sick. Look at that. Look at the shading.
It's
My
actually
goodness.
it's actually ketchup. It's when you don't really, you're not enjoying the food. So you just unload the ketchup on there, you know?
You truly an Anglophone response right there.
Yeah.
Any food, we don't need flavor, we got ketchup.
I plan to, one day, I will go to a 3-star Michelin restaurant and pull out my own ketchup bottle in the middle of the restaurant. And just watch all the chefs cry. Just watch all of them cry.
Just Gordon Ramsay staring you down. You make eye contact with him as you pour the ketchup.
They might be able to call the police on you for that kind of act, actually. I might say. I think that's actually a prosecutable offense. It'll be worth it. It'll be funny.
Well and truly illegal. Okay. Please. There we go, Avril. We made it.
I wanted you to say it just in case. Because that way, if you say it and we get another pause, then you can be the liar. Ha!
Yeah, then it'd be my fault. But no, only truth hoods from me. Leg Truth Day Gaming.
Yeah. Paid for by real British patriots.
Oh, okay, I see Diva. Battle pass complete.
Alrighty, it's not Malga, but at least we got the Diva. I can't believe I'm hoping for Malga. That's how bad this has gone. I can't believe I'm actually trying to get them to play Diva. That's Malga rather. Never thought I'd see the day, but Falcons, good comp, Lucio, Anna. It is what we see out of Falcons a lot, typically paired with the Diva in fact, so very standard here. Got to be some good pocketing out of Harbin, 4-Stalker in the air. Only real concern here is he's saying playing the Sim is going to cause some issues for Harbin, but it will give Stalker a better time.
Yeah,
so
not much absorption there. Up against the Photon Beam, Shu's in trouble, forces out the Suzu at range here with the accuracy that Stalker's really proffering. Look at already halfway towards that barrage, and Junbin going to be used to charge up that beam before it's levied on a more vulnerable target. Shu's very low here. Could there be a follow-up? Don't think so.
Stalker spam has been very impressive so far. 63% encounter. He's leading the lobby. Although that being said, Shu has also healed the majority of that damage up alongside Chorong, so it is also feeding the support ultimates, giving supports on Crazy Raccoon a bit of an edge currently against Field and Chio. Something has to give, and that might be Junmin. He's been naded at 1 HP!
Oh, it's going to be turned around potentially though by Lip. Stalker's already added even more to this. Lip wants to take it all by himself. Could there be a third on the horizon? You better believe it. They've got Chorong in their sights, or Chia rather, now being chased away, takes cover inside the building. She was actually joined Lip over on this angle, but the bot has started moving and it's going to start accruing that percentage. Shumbin should be back soon. It's actually going to move over onto the Winston.
Yeah, no more Malga here. He is a little bit concerned. I mean, they do have the Kiriko to deal with Field as Anna, but it's not quite enough. He's feeling he actually wants to move over towards Winston, to be fair. It's more on Junbin's comfort than it is Malga. He would probably prefer to play the Winston than the Malga, so that's going to be exactly how it's going to go. Here comes support ults.
Sound barrier exchanged for the orbital ray. Lip found early though by Stalker. Pretty happy with that. Now Proper from the back gets the peel done, and even more so than that, the nano boost was well used there. Fielder avenged by the Icarus in the sky. Proper strikes down all who opposed them.
Stalker didn't even have the moving barrage yet, so just had to kind of get that one done the dirty way, the old way. The ancients know, the ancestors remember the still barrages. Now Falcons get to walk through, still with overclock in hand. Didn't have to use that one. Harbin still retaining the mech as well. Good advantages walking forward. Lip bagging behind, ever so slightly on the overclock.
Could be a big opportunity. Proper sees the eye of the beholder here. Junbin falling low. Is going to be expertly healed up here. Plenty of healing coming through from Shu. An exchange of rails and even more progress on the bot. That is going to be, of course, stopped out here by Hee-Sang, who's now on a little bit. Nothing gained off the self-destruct, of course. And a quick disengage. Everyone just hides away from Lip before humming. You can't lose the mech again, buddy.
The force remake there was really brutal for Team Falcons, who were trying to lock Crazy Raccoon up in not quite spawn, but in the side room a little bit. Nice flank up from above. Stalker gets 2.
Oh, old Reliables here, the player of the match from yesterday, trying to hunt down the Tracer too far into the back. Junbin here, a little bit of an aspirational popping of the Primal Rage, I've got to say. He's going to have to just float away into the background, pick up a Mega, and Humber might actually try and stagger them out here.
Lip's gone over towards Sombra. He's going to come back quicker than he would on a Soja, but he's kind of locked into this hero now, and not a really amazing matchup in terms of what he's going to be able to target. Yeah, it'll be pretty decent with a dive. It's a very committed dive. It's just Tracer, Sombra, into Winston dive all together at the same time. But at the same time, above that, what are you really hacking here? I guess Harbin will be a pretty key target. Not as good as I think Lip just playing the Sojin, though. The ability just to find the pick on the railgun is going to be missed here.
And the barrage could be good to go again. Stalker actually just brings it out raw for now. It's influenced by the sound barrier, but I believe the fielder might have been shielded off, so couldn't get it through from Chio. Still traded out for Shu, who used the Kitsune Rush. Hummin's going to be demeched here, and doesn't have a self-destruct to get that free remech in the midst of all this. But falling so low, Crazy Raccoon can't stand up to the pressure offered by Falcons. An attempt to clutch here from Hee-Sang. Maybe he's got it in him. Maybe he is that kind of guy. But still, Team Falcons, they have one of their players over on the bot, bringing it forward.
Yeah, Lip actually managed to hack out Field at the start of the fight. That's why we didn't get to see the Nano come on through, and that subsequently was then caught by that dive, but the rest of the fight still goes the way of Falcons. Not a lot to deal with Stalker. Losing the Soldier just makes the matchup even better for Stalker. If Stalker was carrying before on the Pharah, that will not only continue, it will absolutely destroy Crazy Raccoon now if they can't find an answer.
All right, now they're given over onto Hanbin. Chorong, barriers, all 5 here. A stick onto Fielder, continuously bullied by this backline dive, but such is the fate of an Ana in the midst of all of this. Hanbin expends all of a defense measure just to get this bot moving here, but it's going to be rounded upon by both of the flankers. Lip actually noted without a translocator, could be taken out. Not entirely sure if I agree with that. Self-destruct, Hanbin! What happened? Where did Bro go?
He's lucky to kill Junbin, but why did he jump off the bridge? He went to the low ground, but throw the self-destruct and then stay on the high ground to remake. This is ridiculous. He just threw away his life for no reason.
Oh, they're both in the bin bag right now between Junbin and Hanbin. Proper trying to erode this space. Goodbye, Shu. This is so messy so far, but Team Falcons, somehow, they live in the mess. They can get down in the garbage with the Raccoons.
Well, they still need a cap. Let's see if they can do it, because ideally they would have had that by now. I think if Hanbin just doesn't die randomly there on the remake by dropping down for no reason, they would have had the tank advantage. They could have pushed for the cap already. See, Falcons in a much more comfortable spot. Have to consider the EMP now. EMP catching Stalker would be pretty nasty. That would probably be a prime target if I'm left here. Stalker needs to be dealt with. He is dealt with. Not sure how he dies to Chorong, but very key kill.
EMP still invested. Hanbin and Chio afflicted by that one. Super low on the matter of Team Falcons. And a clutch defense here from the side of Crazy Raccoon. He's going to deny that checkpoint from coming through. Everyone else going to fall down on Carp. That's a full wipe.
And it comes down to the fact that you get Stalker down, start the snowball rolling a little bit, 5 versus 4, and suddenly things look that much better. He took a big hit from something, and then Chorong got the follow-up. Lip didn't drop in the EMP until after Stalker was dead, so it's a very, very key pickup. And they denied the cap.
That's huge. Primal Rage, good to go. Will be joined shortly by Kitsune Rush. However, Junbin going to be in a lot of danger here with that barrage available. Super dangerous. Stalker looking at it for now. Just a bisection of the Crazy Raccoon's offense. Nice stick here. Team Falcons get rid of Hanbin in the mech. And now Stalker. Do you want to try and engage in onto this?
Barrage.
There it is. Both of the supports. Big value here from Stalker. But up in the corner, Junbin's getting it done with the Primal Rage. Flying Fists of Fury. A shut down by Fielder, who farms through this, and now you got to try and touch the point. Can you stop it from getting? Yes, just in time. Proper nano tier, but everyone's leaving later.
Oh, they saved the fight though, so it is unfortunately the nano being played in, but the insurance policy may be worth it here. Fielder, by the way, he was knocked into the mega pack by Junbin, so kind of helping Fielder out slightly there. Junbin going down in the primal. Team Falcons, they dropped it down into what was eventually, I think, a 2 versus 2, but because they already got Chorong a shoot down courtesy of the barrage from Stalker, it was an even enough fight with the additional healing of Chio for a little while before he went down. Then Fielder staying alive keeps Falcons in it. But you notice the 40-meter to 10-something lead that Falcons had previously, such a small lead, has almost been cleared already. There's only 2 minutes left to go through.
Aggressive play here from Chorong. Shu not a recipient of the sound barrier, but the remainder of Crazy Raccoon feeling emboldened by the additional overhealth given over from Chorong. Team Falcons, it's a dirty brawl to try and make this one happen. Just get that additional ult charge. But like you said, there's going to be a cap here from Crazy Raccoon, surely.
And this is where things get really wild as well. This is where Team Falcons need to reset super quickly. They're actually going to have a little bit of an advantage where the camp does require a little bit of time. The butt scratch, of course, we all remember. Falcons can use that time to regroup and force another fight. If this now goes beyond, I would say, 75 meters, massively problematic for Falcons, because Falcons are not going to be able to get a pushback and a flip likely until the OT, and they're going to have their own pause on the cap once they get it, so they have to flip it back now, and that's a good start, amazing start.
Punish for their dive. Hanbin loses the mech. Is going to have to remech here using the self-destruct. Fielder stuck by Heesang. He's been so good with the bomb so far. And Lip is just going to put the cherry on top here with the EMP. I think the only member afflicted was Chio, who's already been executed here. But Hanbin still isn't going to be long for this. Well, both their healers gone. You just don't have the staying power. And now we've got to watch those meters start to climb.
This is messy. Heesang's carrying the team right now. This Tracer's been doing work. And this is including the fact that Crazy Raccoon lost both their supports to proper at the start of this fight. 5 versus 3, and Crazy Raccoon turning around, pulse bomb coming in, Hanbin getting demacked afterwards, and then slowly but surely Crazy Raccoon just whittle Falcons down when Falcons should have won the fight. This is so sloppy from Falcons right now, and we're about to hit the 75 mark. Falcons have to stop the fight right now. They have to turn it around.
Kitsune Rush used. Hanbin, Junbin just about saved. There's no Suzu though. Disengage. It's not quite fast enough to save the wayward Winston. Shu hunted down. The remainder of Crazy Raccoon just have to now fade away into the ether. That was absolutely filthy. I don't know if it's going to matter that much, but damn, put it in the highlight reel. Clip it and ship it, boys.
Let's see if it's enough here. Capsule has to come on through. Falcons retaining double support ultimates will be important for the OT push. They need this OT push to be perfect. Like I said earlier, they still have to get the cap itself inside of this OT, which is going to cause a delay. Crazy Raccoon Solve ultimates coming online also, so it's not over for either team. It's winnable for either team, but Crazy Raccoon obviously in the lead, especially with that kill.
Getting proper, not gonna help. Hanbin taken away from the bot for a moment. Even more reinforcement in the form of a sound barrier. Chio wasn't able to give it over to Hanbin. Fielder with a double nano here. Keeps Hanbin alive just a second longer. The healing's not gonna be enough. Surely, but nowhere near the cart. They've just been chased away, and the cart was stolen. 4-0 once again between Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, bringing themselves well ahead in the historic matchup.
We extend the lead now in the head-to-head from 11-7 to 12-7. A 5 series gap, but most importantly, the conversation will now turn to, well, the last 2 times, including now this game between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. It was a 4-0 twice, and arguably again, this time a far more decisive 4-0. But at least Esperanza, you got to see a little bit of what the real Falcons could bring to the table, and that's what should cause for some frustration for some of the people watching. If you're a Falcons fan, you should be frustrated by this, because on Esperanza, they proved that if they played their standard compositions, if they played as they normally would, as I expected them to, playing their normal strategies, they would have been on the tier of competitiveness against Crazy Raccoon. And you saw that only like a glimpse. You saw that when they played the Malga on Oasis for the second round of Guardians. You saw that in Esperanza when they finally played the Diva. But every other time where they strayed away from the norm, and you had to unfortunately be force-fed this Binston on your screen. Terrible data of eyes, truly. That is the problem, and you don't want to see that, man. That's Falcons are not winning if they're playing this ridiculous stuff that they're not good at all. And the fact that they can look competitive versus Falcons when they are playing their normal form should frustrate you, because you know that if they just did what they normally do, they could have had a very competitive match. Maybe it would have been several maps going their way. Maybe they could have won. Who knows? But right now, as I've said previously, Crazy Raccoon are the team to beat. They're the top dogs in the region, top dogs in the world, and Heesang was the top player in the lobby today.
And there we are. Player of the match is, of course, going to be Heesang himself. Absolutely nasty with the pulse ones, really getting the value out of a Tracer in this Perks environment. But I don't think that the extended radius on the pulse one was even important to Heesang. Bro was sticking them left and right, and also just providing so much flexibility to this roster. That always reliable threat to make sure that you never got any free space, and also being able to troll that bot very well on Esperanza made sure that even amongst a huge amount of early fight wins for Falcons, they still couldn't find that first checkpoint.
Yeah, it was really well played by Heesang overall today, and I think I started seeing that from Servasa, right? That was like, okay, this guy's here to play right now. Heesang, who has a little bit of the unfortunate history of kind of getting gapped on the Genji mirror against Proper on that map. Last year, admittedly, but it was such a staggering outperformance. Heesang, you would have said last year was a bit of a liability, a bit of a problem for the team. This year so far, solid. Might not always be the #1 carry on the team, and hard to be that when you have Shu and Junbin and all the rest, and Lip obviously on the team. Maturing at various stages. It's hard to stand out amongst them, but today I think he did. I think you really started to see some of the highlights, notably one very important fight towards the end of Esperanza, where he gets that stick onto one of the spots, I think it was Fielder, turning the fight around. This is after Shu and Charon go down as well. So Heesang, one of the key members, in turning a losing situation around for Crazy Raccoon into a winning situation for them, that then allows them to basically take away Esperanza. And on top of all the other pretty well played scenarios that we saw, his Pharah earlier on, really nicely played.
Yeah, here's a quick look at the highlights here of Heesang, and they are aplenty. And while it is important to celebrate Crazy Raccoon, we kind of expected excellence from them. This is at the close of this series, I'm more concerned for the Falcons fans as they head up against Zeta Division. I mean, the Zeta Division fans in the audience right now, if they can get past way.
The cope is that when Falcons try and they stop trolling, they're actually good. And that's what we saw in Esports.
I mean,
we saw a very
not
competitive
wrong.
game, 40 meters to 10 at the start for like 8 minutes in a row. You had a Malcolm mirror on Oasis that was quite competitive. When they want to be, they are very competitive. We'll see how they can do tomorrow versus the winner of our next match. But for now, it's what he has to say about that
크레이지
game.
라쿤의 완벽한 승리였습니다. POTM 받은 희상 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
4대0 완벽한 승리였습니다. 일단 승리 소감부터 먼저 들어볼게요.
오늘 생각보다 쉽지 않은 경기를 예상을 했는데 생각보다 쉽게 이겨서 뭔가 아쉬운 것 같아요.
아쉽다. 4대0이 나와서 오히려 아쉽다.
네, 좀 아쉬운 것
First
같아요.
question here is, how do you feel about the perfect 4-0 victory?
4대2 정도는 예상을
Hisang
했는데
responds,
4대0
I thought it wouldn't be easy, but
이럴 줄
I
아예
was
몰랐어요.
disappointed
과정 자체가.
because it was easier
좀
than I
예상하지
thought.
못했던 것 같아요.
You disappoint me.
그렇군요. 팀 분위기가 현재 되게 좋을 것 같아요. 희상 선수가 생각했을 때 지금 팀 분위기 전체적으로
Originally, I
어떻습니까?
expected it to be around 4-2, but I didn't expect a complete win.
앞으로 더 이런 분위기 이어갔으면 좋겠습니다.
그 와플 단합이 좀 크긴 했나 봐요.
확실히 좀 큰 것 같아요.
만약에 좀 흔들리는 모습이 잠깐 있다고 하면 또 와플 단합 생각이
또 와플 먹으러 가야죠.
또 와플 먹으러 간답니다, 여러분들. 그리고 오늘 희상 선수가 만장일치
Next question of
POT.
Hisang is, what's the overall
사실
team atmosphere right
POT의
now?
투표가
And Hisang says the
한국
best
중계진도 있긴 하지만
conditions so
전체
far.
그
So obviously,
글로벌도 다 받고
Crazy
있거든요.
Raccoon
지금
are in
옵저버도
high
있고
spirits.
전부 다
I mean,
희상
we remember that they went on a losing
만장일치
streak recently and
오늘 좀 제가
they
잘하긴
had
해서
some very interesting
받을 것 같았어요.
heart-to-heart moments, I'm sure.
아니 어제도 그렇고 오늘도 그렇고
I said if you were shaking
경기력
again, what
자체가
they will do is
최근에 희상
you're
선수가
talking
되게
about
많이
the last
오른
group
것
activity, I'll do it
같거든요.
again. So
그
will they
전보다
do some sort of activities to fix
비결이
things up?
뭐예요?
And then everyone voted for
딜러는
POTM. How are you
자신감이라고
feeling?
했는데
Your thoughts? So
좀 요즘
I think
자신감을 좀 찾은
the
것
question
같아서
there is everyone unanimously between us and all the
자신감이
other
좀
casters
주요로
voted for Hisang to
작용을
the
했다.
POTM.
자 그러면 좀 경기 내적으로 좀 얘기를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 희상 선수가
Next question
카라를
is,
좀
your skills have
기용을 많이 하는
improved
모습이
compared to
있었어요.
before. What's your
본인의
secret?
카라 서열.
Hisang responded
정도라고
that I gained a lot of
제가
confidence.
1등이지 않을까.
파라는 공중은 내가 1등이다.
And the question is, how could he fix as far as I'm
나는
definitely
건
number
잘하는
one.
희상이 오늘 또
This is Hisang's response.
전체 이 POTM 만장일치까지 받은 것 같습니다.
I'd press to
어쨌든
disagree.
오늘 승리를 거두게
I'm
되면서 그랜드
confident
파이널에
in flying.
진출을 하시게 됐습니다. 우승 자신 있으십니까 이번 아시아?
우승 무조건 하고 이제 기분 좋게
Or it's
항저우로
going to be
놀러
the
가야죠.
assist and
기분 좋게 항저우로 가겠다.
There's lot
오늘
pilot
항저우
license.
시청원까지 지었습니다. 전
Going to
세계
be Harrison
팬분들에게
Ford
또
up there.
한마디
Are you
해주셔야죠.
confident of winning? Is the
저희가 이렇게
last
항저우를
question
확정하고
here, or the
짓게
next question.
됐는데 전 세계 이제
And Hisang says, I will definitely win and go to Hangzhou.
Well,
희상
good news for
선수에게
him is
컴백
he's already
부탁드리겠습니다.
made his way to Hangzhou. He's officially qualified there with that win. Crazy Raccoon have
자
actually
이렇게
locked
희상 선수와
in
지금 인터뷰를
their
나눠봤고요.
spot for
항저우 확정을
Hangzhou.
지은 크레이지 라쿤입니다. 동시에 그랜드 파이널까지 진출을 하게 됐는데
I believe that is the end of the interview here as well. So disappointing end for Falcons in the upper bracket, but there is a lower bracket where they'll be facing the winner of our next match. It'll be Wei versus Zeta Division, of course. The last time those two teams matched up, sparks did fly and things got very interesting. So I like that. I'm hoping for more.
Dreams of a banger. We'll see you right here after this break.
이거 깨는 거야. 이거 소방관 잡고 가자. 나이스.
봉황의 날개로 비상하는 동북아의 허브 공항. 따뜻한 환영의 연꽃이 피어난 하늘길. 지붕과 처마, 곡선과 창호로 만든 빛의 공간. 소통을 담은 전통 자기와 연적의 형상화. 수직으로 상승하며 변화하는 곡선의 미학. 역동성과 균형감 속에 몰입되는 공간의 철학. 카스피해의 초승달로 떠오른 희망의 게이트. 경복궁과 청와대를 품은 장중한 아름다움. 메이든 타워와 쉐키칸 궁전의 독특한 형태와 패턴. 카타르 전통 모자 가피아 패턴을 담아낸 혁신적 창조. 물 위에 흐르는 베트남 전통배의 유유함. 미래지향적인 문화 엔터테인먼트의 결집. 히림 건축이 만들면 도시에 있는 랜드마크가 사람들의 마음엔 작품이 된다. 히림 건축, 작품으로 압도하다.
We are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Oh, now we've got Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons out of the way, it's time for the real match of the day. Way versus Zeta Division are fighting for survival in the lower bracket, Avril, and the chance to go up against a wearied and weakened Team Falcons.
They won't be able to go up against Falcons today. They'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if maybe Falcons can bounce back a little bit. And of course, losing to Crazy Raccoon is one thing. It looks like everyone's losing to Crazy Raccoon right now. It just might be the fact that Crazy Raccoon are that much further ahead than everyone else. And one of those teams that did lose to them yesterday was Zeta Division 1 and 4, but a fresh opportunity, a fresh day. And maybe, as you said, potentially tomorrow against a weakened Falcons, Zeta could find themselves for the first time at an OWCS LAN event.
It would be aspirational for this team. And to steal a spot away from Team Falcons, who are yet to not attend a major, would be huge for them, but standing in the way. Our way themselves. Here we're really expecting the veterancy of Violet to come in clutch, and Flora has had a lights out year on the Sojourn. He's really come into his own on this hit scan role. We haven't seen as wide a variety of a hero pool from him, which could be an issue for Zeta Division going up against a more flexible team that have Proper and Stalker. But here you only really have to worry about a mainstay from Who Are You on the Genji, leading the way with Way.
So very, very, I would say, interesting perhaps final words from Way yesterday in the interview, where kind of noting from Who Are You that it might be their last opportunity, and for Who Are You maybe his last opportunity, hinting at maybe that he's looking at maybe hanging up the sword one last time and hoping that this is his one last ride into OWCS LAN. Beating Zeta today would be monumental. They were able to beat Falcons in the regular season, and that was a very well-deserved victory. Extremely high performance from Way. They couldn't quite get past Zeta Division in the career final. 4-2 for 6 maps, what I was trying to say. A 4-2 victory there for Zeta. But Way put up a very strong look, just couldn't quite get past them. Can they do it today? It's a rematch against Zeta Division, a team that I think Way should feel comfortable about having an opportunity to beat.
Got both the brothers in today, Adver and Milgaru. Both, of course, Milgaru usually in for control, notably on the Zeta side. Also, we have Pelicans starting. I think usually they start with Alpha Yi for most
Correct,
control
yeah.
maps to bring out that Farah. So I wonder if there's a different look coming through today from Zeta.
And what does that really mean? I think it's a possibility that we're just not going to see Farah in. It's more likely we're going to see the Tracer or the Genji being played. So map would dictate that unlikely to be a Lijiang Tower, right? We're not going to see anything where Farah would be very strong at. Milgaru obviously always starts for Wei. That is not a surprise at all. So we're going to be taking our opening map. We saw our first Oasis for a couple of teams today. Seen plenty of Lijiang, plenty of Samoa. Samoa, you probably could get away with the Farah here. Maybe even in Antarctic Peninsula, I could see an argument for the Farah. Oasis, you can definitely play Farah on the Garden. I think Farah could still be played around most of these maps, so it is interesting that they don't start with Alpha E, despite I think all 4 of these maps being viable at the minimum for the Farah.
Cool, 14% win rate on Lijiang Tower. That's quite the data set for Wei. An unfortunate one, considering it is quite a good map for Bull, but I'm really excited going into this particular matchup, Kev, because I think this was the best match that we had in OWCS Korea. Across quite a few great matches. Zeta Division versus Wei was just such a roller coaster ride, but definitely could have gone to 7.
Would like to see a series in this Asia
Entire
playoffs
bracket.
actually kind of go beyond 5 maps. You know, we'd like to see 6 mapper, 7 mapper perhaps. Can we even dare dream of 7 maps? A second Oasis for the day. Now, these teams again don't typically play this map. We haven't really seen a lot of Oasis. I think we got the one Oasis. You'll notice that Zeta had a 100% win rate on Oasis. They played an Oasis versus, was it 99 Divine, I believe, if I got that one correct, in the group stage. That was MFC, sorry. It was MFC they played a Oasis, but I don't know if you can really read into that one. Just looking back now, there was also a really old Oasis game back in regular season, the final week of regular season versus Vec, but again, that was an older meta versus...
And against the weakest team.
The weakest team in Korea. Not a lot of data to get out of that. What I can say is plenty of Diva was played, so likely seeing the lock-in for the Diva here.
It's likely. Earlier on, we saw Malga and Winston between Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. The Winston was pretty summarily dispatched, and moving over to a Malga versus Malga was a little bit better for Team Falcons. One of the better looks they had in that series, and we also did see a big prevalence of Farah, which makes it even more interesting. Here on Oasis, we have Pelican in the stead of Alpha Yi. Maybe we're looking at something like a Farah ban.
Yeah, I mean, they would have, you would imagine, ban power here. I'm pretty sure they are first seed. They choose the map. They get the initial ban in there as well. Okay, so no, I have a clarification on this. So how this actually works is because both teams are actually equal, so they both came second in their group stage. The first map was chosen by the admins, and then Wei actually has the initial seed and the Wei has the initial ban, which was decided by coin toss. So Wei wanted coin toss, which gave them first ban. So we'll see how this sort of comes through.
Interesting. Let's have a quick look at the styles of these teams. And if there's one thing to really bring out that's going to be consistent between these two teams, it's going to be the prevalence of Ana, especially from Marker on the side of Wei, and a little bit more hesitancy in employing the Ana on the side of Zeta Division. We were constantly asking, can we get Violet or Finn on the Ana here alongside the Juno to try and create those extra win conditions up against the Malga? But Violet, obviously, later on in his career, has really flexed over, being able to pick up the Brigitte and the Lucio into his hero pool after being one of the generationals in Yatas during that era with O2 Ardiont. And Finn filling most of the flex roles when it comes to things like the Juno and occasionally the Ana as well.
So here's the interesting thing now moving into this map. We know that Diva is going to be a very high priority pick for Bernard and Zeta going into Oasis. I think it just, even without the history of them playing that on this map, I think it would have just been pretty obvious anyway.
Makes sense to me.
You also, if you're on away, given that you have first ban, protecting ball might be a priority here. Milgaru's playing. You can definitely play ball on Oasis, particularly on the Oasis rounds that have a bit of the high ground play. At the City Center, Oasis is actually disgustingly good for ball, to be honest with you. So you do maybe want to prioritize a ball protection here. So a bit of a 2-for-1 scenario. You can ban D.Va straight away, which removes the burnout D.Va while protecting your ball at the same time. You also might not want to expend the D.Va ban too early. You might want to think about expending the D.Va ban a little bit later in the series. However, I do want to note that because this team usually starts Peppy later on, Milgaru comes in for map 1, might play a flashpoint, and then Peppy plays the rest of the series. At least that's how it's supposed to go. I think Way have kind of changed that up slightly, but that's how it's supposed to go.
Yes.
You also might have to consider that banning D.Va removes it from Peppy's pool, so perhaps an asymmetrical ban when you have Milgaru in against Burnout is the right time to throw in the D.Va. So actually right now might actually be the right time to instant D.Va ban, enable your ball, and just get rid of the D.Va from the picture entirely.
Yeah, makes sense to me. And Way could also use some momentum on their side by investing a big ban early, especially when they have the rare opportunity of the coin flip, giving them the first ban when maybe we got our even seeds here. Here's a quick look at our predictions. A lot of Zeta fans here, and Wave, there's not a huge amount of belief, but this team's definitely a dark horse. They definitely have had Zeta Division's number in the past as well. I'm looking for maybe New Queen Street to come up again in this matchup. Question is, how heavily did Zeta Division VOD review their absolute pantsing at the hands of Marker on New Queen Street?
As we get through sorting out, I've got some issues for Who Are You there.
Hope he's had time to put in his eye drops.
Obviously a lot to play for here. Some eye drops. Got to get some glasses come out yesterday as well. Pull up the sleeves with the hairpins in. He's got the hairpins in there already. Genji is obviously going to be a pretty high value band over the course of the series. We didn't actually see that in yesterday's Way game. So maybe a little surprising. Falcons didn't even feel the need. To be fair, that was a very one-sided game. Almost reminiscent of what we saw between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon just now. So doesn't install a lot of confidence in Way, sadly. It was a 4-0 where this is really to drive the point home. The 4-0 with the Harm Vincent not only worked, but kind of maybe not on a personal level, but the team around the Harm and Winston kind of dominated Way. Remember, a full cap, full hold. Sorry, it was a full hold into an 8-point cap in Blizzard World. A nearly full cap out in New Queen Street, a 2 on Lijiang Tower, and then 1 point on Servasa, and really only because they had a really good read coming out of spawn, knew that there was a likelihood that Winston was still going to get played by Harmbin, so they come out on Peppy Queen, and they get a really nice opening fight into a snowball, which gives them the second fight, and then they take that first point. Beyond that, it's business as usual. Harmbin swaps Queen into a Queen mirror, and then devolves into something else. I think they go Ram or something after that. And then suddenly 3-0 outside of the opening round. So it was almost a 0-point lockout between Falcons and Way, where Way nearly didn't score a single point on any map. And when you think about how one-sided the Crazy Raccoon Falcons game was, that was still 2 points for Falcons on the maps itself. 1 point of Servasa, 1 point in Kings Row. They capped A, they actually capped the point of Servasa as well. And Esperanza ended 78-63 to 50-34. So a 28-meter gap, a very manageable gap. And not a comfortable win by Crazy Raccoon at all. So consider that we saw a very one-sided series, and yet Falcon series versus Way yesterday was more one-sided than that.
Well, we can't talk about yesterday without bringing up Zeta Division and the coughing baby draft that often has plagued them. It does feel like Zeta Division are definitely a team with all the skill and power they need to win, that occasionally has a calamity-level brain fart in their drafts. And this has got to be an issue that sorts itself out over the course of OWCS Asia. Because if they make it a Hangzhou with that, they're going to get some real trouble.
I personally want to see Violet fall off the map. Or Ajax or something.
Are we bringing up John Cash App already?
I personally want to see Violet get more money today. Remember, no matter who wins, if Violet wins, because he will get paid. If he wins the series, he gets paid. If he loses the series, well, he also gets paid. More than anyone else.
He gets money no matter what.
The thing is, when you check his esports earnings, you don't get to see all the extra money he makes on the side through throwing the game. So if you did, I think he'd be the highest paid esports player in the world, possibly, yeah.
I mean, watch out, Faker. Violet's coming for you. Army always wins, no matter what. Stack the deck, baby.
Yep.
We've got a slight sound issue here for Who Are You. It's been an unfortunate day for pauses, but hey, it's okay. Avril and I are here to vamp you through all of this. And so he's going to roll out his neck. Oh, I like that. That very colourful mouse pad right there. We're actually down to only one big orange mouse pad today. The rationing is in effect.
Probably because Alfie used them. Wait till Alfie gets in and then the big orange mouse pads will return.
This guitarist working his fingers to the bone.
Bro's just has to play the same riff over and over again. If anything, that should be easy to do. That should be like, you know what? That's a comfortable day on the guitar.
Yeah, you know what's getting those session musician dollars, cashing in. What do we have here? Player of the match recommendations, I believe.
It'll be Marker if he can win. It'll actually probably be Genji, or Who Are You if he wins. We're actually completely for real.
It's also going to mark our first elimination from the top 4 of Asia. Is that... Who's that in the back on the phone? Fighting for survival now. Zeta have come agonizingly close so many times to these major lands. Always the bridesmaid. Yeah. Perhaps this is their opportunity to finally be the bride.
Zeta are more commonly, despite all the second places individually for players like Pelican, they've actually spent more time coming third in their career in OWCS as Zeta Division than second. The seconds are starting to pile up a little bit. But historically, especially given last year, it's been a lot of third places. And we'll be looking to get past the third place tomorrow if they can beat Falcons. But a fourth place would be quite disastrous for this team, I think, in Korea. Although,
yeah,
what did they have? They had a third, fourth in EWC last year, losing to Toronto Ultra, Toronto Fine, but Toronto Ultra in that tournament. So we actually have real track record of that time when Korea lost to NA. Truly the darkest of days, sad hours.
We may never recover from it.
Those were the dark
ages. And then you bring up the forbidden age.
And
the ring wraiths rose.
Of course, that again a famous game where you had both of the Zeta classics. You had the drafting fumble out of game, and then you had the Violet fumble in game. You truly had the best of both.
The full experience.
It is, yeah.
That's the whole package. You pay extra for that.
You know the saying they have when something happens, God flips a coin. For Violet, it's more like God rolls a loaded dice. But somehow always rolls towards Violet Ajax or whatever, it's like it's not even a 50, it's not a coin, it's a loaded die that kind of, this die always be hitting 6. Why is it like that? Oh, it's loaded, I see.
Every time Violet uses sound barrier, God flips a coin. I could believe it. I could believe it. I mean, I think that maybe there's a world where when the ult trackers realize that Violet has the ultimate, all eyes are peeled because this guy's gonna take a risk. We can take advantage of that. We can create the Violet mythos by ourselves. We're gonna go and write a little bit more of this Violet mythos in our own little odyssey. We're gonna have a quick break. We'll be right back with you after this. Oh boy, I love that epic OWCS theme. Does feel like the players are slightly unbothered while it's playing in the background, though. We can hear. Oh.
Yeah, but where are you right now? I can't even see you. Where bro be at is my biggest question here.
See, I had to disable my camera because my feed has issues, you know? Brexit internet, we don't talk about it. All of my bits have got to go through a customs check before they reach you, unfortunately.
I was like, I knew it. They replaced leg day with the leg day AI, and I couldn't tell the difference because AI's gotten that sophisticated. And, you know, it's just, what he does is he sits down and then plugs in the AI, walks away, goes back to bed, and the AI just does all the casting for him.
You know, after my hero Violet, I've got to make money. Got to make that money, Avril. Sometimes you just got to work smarter.
That's true. If you can't go to land and win, then just, you know, jump off the map a couple times, and that'll do it for you. So, yeah, it's a good one. So we're still waiting for the match to get started, obviously. Hopefully all the issues will be resolved soon. Someone had a sound issue. I'm pretty sure that's like all it's the same computers and everything. You bring your own peripherals. Pretty sure they they have to use the same. Pretty sure it'd be like it would be your like own in-ear like earbuds with like the white noise headphones on top. So I don't know, interesting. I don't know what could have happened between the matches, but here we are.
Maybe someone just had a grumbly tummy. You can think back to the we've got a long and proud tradition of big tummy aches in competitive Overwatch. Like maybe it started with Kaiser and the grapes back in Apex. We had the fire noodles for NYXL. Yeah, I remember Kaiser having to like sit out of a runaway series. I think we brought Bumper in instead, or maybe Tizzy at the time.
I just remember the Jonak one with the noodles.
Yeah, the fire noodles they essentially fragged the entirety of NYXL. At that point, fire noodles got more kills than NYXL than the rest of the Overwatch League combined. But I think that Kaiser stayed up late eating too many grapes one time, and he was just too sick to play. He had the worst tummy ever.
What do you do? Like you just got a whole grape plant and just like down the whole thing, plant and all. Like
bro was making wine in his stomach.
So many apes.
It's a truly luxurious.
What is he, a Greek aristocrat lying down, having the leaves blown on him, or someone feeds him grapes? Here we go.
Crass decadence worth of grapes. But if you want decadence, yeah, if you like the look of this, if you like the decadence of a leather jacket, check that one out. I believe that they're available for pre-order right now on the OWCS Korea Twitter. Yep. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yep. And you can get the deluxe season pass too. And you can get the collector's edition, where you get like a little tin figure of a jacket. You know, season pass.
Let me see if maybe Chunksix retweeted it.
You can also, of course, my favorite. You can get the 4-day early access before anyone else can get it. Like that.
The greatest pass.
You get to use your jacket 4 days earlier than everyone else.
Oh, are they raffling away a jacket or something? At this point, it's all guesswork, you know. It's like Zeta doing a draft. Sorry, Zeta fans.
Let's start a lolly scramble in there. Let's get the Korean casters to get some bags of lollies and start throwing them at the audience.
Oh yeah. You've been a very good audience, so you can have one lolly.
Yeah, have a trading card. Have a trading card. I should go find my trading cards. I do have them out here. I should start putting on my trading cards from when I went to Korea.
Oh. I don't have any trading cards, but I think I've got a runaway like vinyl somewhere from when we did Gauntlet in 2019.
It's not like we're running out of time. I got time for this.
Yeah, you know, well, let's look at your paraphernalia.
Peruse my Overwatch paraphernalia that I keep right next to me.
What's in Kev's bag of trips? Oh yeah, you can show off that exclusive Overwatch League tote as well for the casting crew.
This is an FTG sticker pack with all the old FTG members. So not the new ones. You can see this one's Ballas Rhea. Oh, no, where is he? This one's Ballas Rhea, who is not on the team anymore for a long time. So, of course, not to be confused with current FTG. Oh, sorry, you got Bernard down here. Actually, quite relevant because we have Zeta playing. So there's Zeta, there's Bernard. You have. I'm covering someone's face. I'm not too sure. You have some other players in there. Look, the point is, we have one of those. Okay,
we
never
have
mind.
bans. W.
It's a
It's
shame because
happening.
I
Diva.
had so much more paraphernalia to show you, and we're not going to have a chance to show you.
We're
we
getting
should
into
keep
a
the
prop
pause going.
comedy version of our
I'm
ban.
going to DM the players run. I'm going to hit up Violet and ask him to throw his mouse off the stage or something so we can keep the pause going.
He'll just send
So
back how much.
So we can go through my paraphernalia. Because I'm committed now. I'm committed to showing off my paraphernalia.
I mean, Zeta's spending a very valuable ban early here as well with the Ana, but I too want to see more of what Avril's got in his room. Let's head over. It's going to be Oasis. The crowd are hyped. Finally, everyone's sound is working. The stummies have been quietened. The rumbles have been sent away. And it's time to get into it.
Righty. So, what do we have? Diva ban. Talked about that 10 years ago. It already happened. So, has been locked in. Enables the ball. Of course, Bernard can always go towards the Malga. Would be more comfortable to play the Malga a little bit later on for University. Going out in Gardens.
Bang a rollout.
I was going to say, by like, keep note of that rollout for the people watching. That was a fun little rollout.
Classic double builder as well. Going to be a lot of pressure onto Milgaru. Could be a little bit difficult to get rid of some of these. Lee Sumin already falling low. Oh, they found the turret. That's going to require some admin. Who are you taken down at range by a torpedo? Can't avoid that one except via the deflect. And so Way have already been scuppered away from this point.
Certainly forces Milgaru away from the hazard. Of course, I think they would probably have guessed that he was going to play ball anyway. Double builder certainly has some value versus that, but point has been capped. 1-to-1 trade so far on the DPS side.
Oh, yeah, Pelican going down, but is traded out far more than equally here. Flora just building up this beam. It's an absolute menace to contend with. Milgaru can't stay within range of Flora.
There's a lot of action taking place before any ultimates are even close to being built up. Who are you now swapping over towards the fire we talked about? If fire was going to end up being played here, no Alpha E. Pelican can go towards it, and it's actually going to be Who Are You locking it on the opposite side because one thing that plays quite well into double builder is, of course, one of the flyers, and Fire's going to do a good job demolishing turrets.
Oh, Pelican potentially isolated here. Almost a full rail ready for aid. Only question is, where do you want to put it? Over onto Violet is ideal. The follow-up not going to be quite there, but then it is Who Are You? A rocket from downtown. Perfect setup. Finn being half, Bernard too low. The distraction on Finn was more than enough to create an opening to get rid of that Malga. And finally, Way have manufactured themselves a flip.
Again, all before any ultimates are up as well, so it's a lot of fighting super early on. 60% combined map capture point as... All right, let me get my paraphernalia out.
Yep, get it.
Into the bag. I'm diving into the bag, fellas. What do we got here?
Open up the toe. Can we get back up on cam? We'll continue exploring. This is a Way pause. Seems like Lee Soo-min's got complaints. Guys, enemy team rolled out on Winston. Can we ban them? Mods? Oh, big giggles from the audience.
Find my card pack. Oh, here it is.
Oh, a live card opening?
No, this is the wrong card pack. Sorry, I got the wrong one.
Damn.
I hate to say this, but I have multiple bags of Overwatch paraphernalia, and I've maybe opened the wrong one, so I have to find the right one.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
Oh, okay, I do have the right one. Okay, here we go.
Nice. One sec. We're not on cam just now. We got to say.
I know. It's fine. It's fine. I'll enjoy it personally. I'll look at it myself.
Yeah, this one's just for me. You got to start thinking about number one. One
of my prized possessions is actually a runaway hand mirror.
Ooh.
Except you were actually there when I got this. It was in Gauntlet 2019. And it looks... It's a hand mirror, but if you turn it the other way around, it looks like a paddle. which it's like a small pink paddle, runaway colors, of course.
Yeah.
Which I'm not going to judge what you want to do with that. You know, you have a,
I think
if you had a
Crazy-
runaway.
I think
if you
Crazy
had a
Raccoon
runaway-
could have borrowed that earlier
if
for
you-
their matchup.
If you have a runaway paddle, what would you do with that? I don't know. That's up to you. I'll leave it. It's a dual usage one. You know, it's a dual purpose. One side mirror, other side paddle.
Get a good look at yourself, you know? The paraphernalia at that gauntlet was actually real sick. Like, you and I both got those Element Mystic banners.
Yeah.
God, I miss Element Mystic.
The Element Mystic banner I have on my camera is from that event. Yeah, it was a signed one too. It's got my favorite tank player Harbin signed on there, of course.
Ah, everyone knows. What a stable of talent it was.
I've got MCD signature on that one.
Oh, banger.
Yep. The rare MCD signature.
Oh, is Alpha's signature on there? I think one of the only Element Mystic members never to make it to Overwatch League.
I think the only one. Oh, well, of that depends what team. It depends of like which version of Element Mystic, right? If we're talking about that specific team, yeah, he was the only one that didn't make it.
Yeah. All right, we're back, baby. Aid has an overclock good to go.
And I'm
has
putting my
just
paddle away.
been able to grab
real
their
quick.
first.
Sorry, putting my paddle away.
Yeah,
Give me a second.
stow the paddle, Kev. The overclock here could be devastating. Already has the perk to give that 150 energy for additional burst. But for now, Intermission, they're just going to cower away in a court. Oh, that was a collect! Nasty little boy! Go to your room!
Zeta Division solidly in their room after that one. Back to spawn they are 36% accounting for Way. Don't want to lose too many plays, but they can get Bernard down late. That would be the prize possession. That'd be more valuable than any of the other picks they've had so far. He will be able to squeeze back to his own team. Tanky as he is. Still, could have outgained from Way there, but they need more ultimates because Vire's got to drop on Kitsune.
Now Kitsune Rush interrupted temporarily by that pile driver. Extra healing given over now by the Orbital Ray. Huge investment here from Zeta Division, but it does give them a quick flip, and now they're going to be in the lead.
Yeah, no opportunity for Lee Suman to drop on the extra beat. That would have been necessary, I think. He just didn't quite have it in time. It was about 4% off when Violet dropped in Kitsune Rush. Vin then drops in Orbital Ray afterwards, and the missing piece was definitely the sound barrier from Lee Suman. Because who are you dies? As Lee Suman just barely builds it up in time. So we're talking about fine margins. Overwatch is sometimes a game of singular digit margins, and that he was off by about 1 second.
Finn under siege. Pile driver gets it done. He's going to send Finn running for now. But look at this. Mielgar just being crowded out. Finn thought the nightmare was over, but it only just begun. Teleporter taken away for a moment. Bernard desperately looking for a target, but everyone doing their best to avoid the Mauga. Mielgaru fades away. Don't know if anyone else actually trapped within the cage at the moment, but it's going to allow a little bit of additional staying power for the Mauga.
It's a free shield if nothing else. Well, definitely not free because it costs you an ult through the playthrough. Mielgaru 99 goes down. There's no more staying power here. I think Lucimin, at least for one more.
Yeah, good for one. TP's in. Marker can't survive. Finn managed to find 2 final blows in the dying seconds. Now it's only Aid. This one is a foregone conclusion as Flores comes back on the Sombra, which is something to maybe note for later.
Oh yeah, that will be a little bit of a maybe preview of what we can expect in the future rounds. Maybe just a singular round if it doesn't go to all 3. Flora, actually known for Sombra, one of his classic heroes. He hasn't played in such a long time that I've kind of forgotten that it's been part of his hero pool. It doesn't look like he'll actually roll out on it now to deal with his Mielgaru ball, and Mielgaru's actually going to move towards Hansa now. I do believe we're on University, so if you have the correct read here, it would make more sense to expect that Mielgaru doesn't play ball here, but at the same time, it is Mielgaru, and ball players, Mielgaru, Jimbin,
they'll do anything.
They'll try and play the ball everywhere sometimes, so see what Flora does. It might not be a lock-in for the sim yet. It might just be a TP, but if he actually locks in for the sim, he's made the right call.
Be a good call. Flora's going to stick with it for now. This is a lot of danger for a Hazard to deal with.
Of course, I mentioned as well that this is the round where you would expect the most out of Malga, the most flat map of the 3 that we have. Oh, Flora demolished that.
Yeah, staying in too long. Moving away from their teleporter, so a quick disengage wasn't available. And for now, it's still going to be Intermission in control, despite losing their one. Pelican surrounded on so many sides here, but does have the Malga in with them. Can't block in too many directions. Who Are You starts farming up these resets after taking down the builder. But Symmetra's back in the midst of all this. Who Are You does their best to dodge away. Knocked down by the overrun of healing simply isn't there. Bernard's going to be traded out for it as Milgaru joins the fray and gets his punches in. But it's Aid who's the final note here with a headshot onto Violet.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth here as well. Wade wasting no time, getting in deep. They lost the point cap, but only allowed Zeta to get up to 12% before Milgaru engages in, followed up by Who Are You? Even Pelican, with all of the tankiness of Torb, can't survive. Now, overtaken, looking towards first ultimate. Marker outpacing everybody else in the lobby.
Yeah, Marker is absolutely running it here on the Kiriko. Taking down the Tourbillon turret. Homework done, and now you get to have fun. Out comes the Kitsune Rush. There's an opener here. But for now, most of the players on Way aren't going to be playing within it. Mostly just Aid who's going to be able to proffer this one over. As Marker just plays back. Oh, nice wall. That's absolutely perfect there from Milgaru. That's going to force out the Suzu. And, oh, wow, what a play from Florida. That's going to force out both the downpour and the sound barrier as well. Milgaru gets one. Aid, now it's up to you. 45 HP. Dodges away to try and get some additional healing. You can't really siege into the double support ultimates of Zeta Division, but just Finn by themselves is more than enough to cap this.
A really nice downpour being played in there as well, but the only play that could really capitalize it was Aid, because he was really far away, could land the headshots easily. Everyone else was still trying to brawl within the melee of all of these support ultimates. I believe all 4 support ultimates actually used there. And the crazy part is Zeta didn't have to burn any DPS or the cage because, well, I don't think they actually had that fight. No, they didn't have it, but it says a lot about the fact that they could win that without the need of the extra ultimates. Flora down so early.
Flora grabbed already. Milgaru, even with the block, is just burned through within the cage. No one dives in to help as it's just too dangerous at this point. Pelican playing from this, I believe it's a flanking angle right now. Brings out the Molten Core. Plays it down upon the ground, creating very hostile environments and terrain for anyone who dares to step upon it. And Way are once again sent packing.
And now you still have, by the way, Flora looking over towards the Sim Photon barrier. Now, Who Are You? Probably won't care too much about that. That's the one good ultimate for Way. Kind of deal with it. Aid has gone over towards Bastion, the classic Malga counter that only Way would pull through. But can they make that work into the Photon barrier? The Sim wall is going to cause quite a bit of problems for Aid.
Couple of problems on the horizon. Teleporter. It's going to take a while to chunk through here. But Who Are You almost has the blade. This could be everything. Remember, there's not much that can be done to shut it down. Oh, wow. Yeah, big flip coming through here. Milgaru should be healable as the Kitsune Rush comes on through. There's going to be fast slices here for Who Are You. Should have the life drain on the blade swings as well for that additional staying power. But Intermission just back on out, knowing they don't actually have to try and fight for the contest right here. Bernard's going to go back in. Reinforced by the Kitsune Rush. Oh, Wade's in so much trouble against these double miniguns. They attempt to stop. Bro just managed to hide in the corner for a second. Pelican sniffed him out. The smell of oil in the air was too much to hide from a bird such as this. Pressure on the point mounting here from Zeta Division as Lee Su-min barriers 4 here with the sound barrier. Additional staying power leveraged by Who Are You to get in onto their counterpart. There's long-range healing going in onto Pelican, but Bernard's fallen elsewhere while Pelican grabbed all that attention.
Finn needs ultimate right now, but they don't have attacks. This is going to have to be DPS plus supports to dive on in. Pelican can and should go for the touch. He's down. That's the sacrifice he needed to make. But they're still down 1 player.
Bodies on the line. Flora's up next. Who Are You cuts through them in record time. Kiriko next up. Family ties mean nothing to a guy like Who Are You. He's here to win. He's here to do it cleanly. Way make it 1-1 here with their turnaround on the Malga counter.
Yeah, and I think just having the Bastion there to put the pressure onto Burner. We didn't even really see Aid kind of just stopping Burner all that much. Not like he actually killed Burner, but just a little bit of the added pressure. Putting a pause in Burner's step a little bit. Giving Milgaru a bit of space. And Who Are You? Ever as vigilant, able to just dash around the map, finding the necessary kills when required. And for Zeta Division, with Bernard down at the worst possible time, they have to go for a touch. Pelican dies for the touch. And crucially as well, Lee Su-min, he found the sound barrier at the end. I was watching to see if he was going to get the sound barrier. He couldn't quite save Aid, but he saves enough members that was a sound barrier that got Bernard down for the player advantage to win.
Sometimes it can be a game of inches, as you mentioned before, at this top level of Overwatch. here at OWCS Asia. Already expending this. Oh, we can see that he's actually gone for the old tank mode essentially here, with more explosive grenades coming out of that.
And look at the read coming through from Way as well. They actually expected Burner to continue rolling onto the Malga. This would have been a decent map for Burner to maybe look towards the Hazard as well. I know that Deeper's banned. Hazard would be a good look for Burner, but A's just like, no, we think he's going to be on the Malga still. Let's stay on the Bastion. Let's see if this works out. He has an opportunity to change now. I think he'll stay. No, he's gone Tracer.
Now, the TP play onto Aid right there shows him just how vulnerable he can be. Milgara. Oh, Finn just dunked on by who are you? Where did that guy come from? Quick TP coming in through here from Violet. Now they're going to be in a vulnerable position as Marker comes in with a headshot from the back. This disorganized style of play is exactly where we want to be. They love a little skirmish.
Yeah, and they start on the high ground as well, forced Zeta onto the low ground, and just found the opening for the picks available. And actually, one of the benefits of Aid going towards the, I guess, the tank mode for the turret instead of the minigun is, okay, I think he loses a bit of damage in the trade versus Burnout to try and burn him down, but has the capability of having some long-range pokes, and it's quite deadly against the rest of the roster that Zeta is bringing on.
Also has more mobility as well. Plenty of rocket jumps. You can combine that with a minor perk to really find yourself some real bouncy Bastion plays. It's a rush available here for Marker, but for now, just waiting for Zeta Division. Finally, the trap card is going to be flipped on over. Pegasus, you didn't see this one coming, did you? As Finn is going to be chased out here by Milgara. It's brave, but it's beautiful. Finn taken down. Oh, the right clicks from Who Are You are looking nasty today. Bro put in his eye drops and he's poked out Flora's eyes.
That is looking deadly. Way so much further ahead right now. Zeta Division catching up 50% behind. They actually do have ultimates coming on through. We're going to have a lot of ultimates at the same time, but Pelican won't be part of that equation. I did say this to you, but if Wei is winning this, Who Are You likely candidate as ever to always get player of the match for that Genji performance. He knows that this could be his last ride, and he wants to make sure that he's the one progressing through.
The last ride met here by a Fox Kitsune Rush. It's just too difficult to contest, so point going to be given over for free here by Way. We just don't want to fight into the midst of all this. A taking advantage of that additional mobility here, now going into attack mode. Lots of damage at range. Zeta Division forced to disengage in their own right. There could be a cage here. Do you want to try and use it to shut down that blade? It's a miss coming through! Oh, Bernard didn't have the read! And guess what? The artillery comes down inside the cage. Just a lot of damage that needs to be dealt with. Flora and Violet gone already. Zeta Division have put everything into this fight, but they've got nothing off the back of it except for Pelican grabbing Marker.
This might be it for Zeta if they can't quite get this one through away. Now 68% and counting, forcing this into the OT for the next fight. Zeta have at least managed to squeeze through to prevent Wei to already being on the OT. Wei are looking in such competent form currently, and Zeta Division have very little to answer this with. They will at least be able to come to the next fight. Ultimate in hand, Orbital Ray, Who Are You down? This is the opportunity to get the flip.
Yeah, turning down the tempo a little bit here, making sure that Who Are You can't find those backline picks. The Orbital Rake ready to go. For Way here, they want to try and force out as many resources as possible in exchange for the flip. And that's going to be Aid in the back, just exchanging his life for a percentage point.
Yeah, well, they got to 97. Milgaru and Aid dying slightly later, but they managed to push themselves to 97, which is not too bad here. It was looking pretty rough when Who Are You went down. We have now moved Aid over to the Sojin for upcoming, hopefully for them at least, the last fight. For Zeta, we'll need 2 more fights, I believe, to be able to secure this minimum.
Flora poking away for now, almost a fully charged rail, has just equipped their first perk. In comes Pelican with the blade, wants to do their best Who Are You cosplay, but Lee Soo-min, he's played these games before. He plays these games every day. Violet's down, 2 miniguns, too much for a spiky block. And Wei are rebuffed.
It's 1 out of the 2 necessary fights. See how fast Wei can recover from this one. Likely not going to fit too much in here. We're approaching 80% now, so a little bit of staging. At a time to give Milgara and Lee Soo-min an edge to build these ultimates, particularly Lee Soo-min needs it. You see, he's even taking a bit of extra damage from the Disruptor shot. Double support ultimates online for Zeta, but not quite for Wei.
It's an opening. Oh, Marker instantly taken down. The skipper gets it done again. Almost got the overclock as well. This one's going to be popped out here. Aid's already gone. Milgara not long for this world. Extra damage, extra attacks coming out. The stacked support ultimates is too much pressure for Wei to bear. And despite a valiant attempt, Zeta Division clutch it out.
Yeah, Marker dies when Lu Sumin is on 84, and then Lee Sumin himself dies when he's on 95. The sound barrier was not there. Double support ultimates online for Zeta, not online for Wei, but also you could argue as well, man, losing Marker at that point in time is devastating. They had the opportunity. Wei put themselves in a great spot to be able to win this. 97%. Had a decent lead, forced Zeta into 2 fights to make the comeback on Oasis, and still they managed to do so. Way close, but just not quite close enough.
Not quite there yet. There's so much more that the series has to give us, Avril. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Oh, I've got a good feeling about this series, Avril. I said that about the last one, but this time it's true and it's real. They got so close to taking Oasis off of Zeta Division, and now they get to choose how to manufacture this series going into map number 2 with their map pick and first ban.
Well, you had a good feeling about the last series until you saw the gameplay. Here, it was like you don't get a good feeling about the series, but then you see the gameplay, like, whoa, maybe I should start having a better feeling about it, and I do now, because that was a good performance out of Wave. Can they keep it up? And then some more, because it wasn't quite enough. They fell short ever so slightly. Both times, Lee Soo-min just couldn't quite get his beaten time, but at least for Garden, I believe it was. No, it was actually University. He managed to just barely find the sound barrier at the end, and that then led him to snowballing into a burner Malga kill, which gave them University. And, well, they had a brilliant advantage to play with on to City Center, but just couldn't quite close the door on that map. And now they have the opportunity to take us elsewhere, see if they can repeat some of the success they found not only on that map, but in the previous series they played a very long time ago versus Zeta Division, where actually got some map wins in. New York City is going to be the choice here. I don't actually think that was played last time. I have to do a really quick double check. No, it was not played. It was Suravasa last time. They didn't do New York City.
Which way did Surabasa go? I assume Zeta.
They won Surabasa, so Wei Chosen won Surabasa versus Zeta.
Okay. But now they're going to a different style. New Junk City. I don't know if I saw Pepe getting subbed in on the cams while we were on break. I saw that there was team huddle happening. There was some deep thought going into this particular matchup. Of course, it is Wei once again with the initial ban, and goodbye Malga.
A great ban for Malga on this map. Another brilliant Malga map. You basically have possibly Flashpoint is the best Malga game mode aside from push, but even on push, you could find exceptions there. There are some push maps, so you might start to consider the high ground, low ground play does exist. So yeah, I think Flashpoint is probably the ideal Malga ban. They picked it at the right time. Also, once more, protects Milgaru's ball. So 2 initial bans in a row that give Milgaru the opportunity to save the ball. And Kiriko ban on the other side doesn't really prevent Milgaru from doing anything he wants to achieve here. If anything, I actually think that Wei would prefer to play like a Lucio Ana here regardless. So yeah, the Kiriko ban basically removes the Lucio Kiriko comp but enables the Lucio Ana, which I believe Wei would prefer to play.
Makes sense to me. This is going to once again test Bernard. Maybe we're going to see something like a Junker Queen or even a Diva. So many options for Bernard, but only one can be picked. We'll find out how the comps lie in just a second. Let's hear the cheer. Wrong way. No, I think this is the right way, actually. Looking pretty good.
Let's roll out is the Milgaru on Hazard. So no ball to start things out with. Of course, Hazard being his other prominent pick here. And Zeta, good read. To be fair, as previously noted, double builder, good against both ball and Hazard. Curiously, it's going to be the Juno for Finn as well. Obviously, you would have Violet on the Lucio here. I think part of the reason they might be doing this is they're still considering the double flex option. However, no Kiriko means that it's going to be a little bit weird unless Finn decides to play Zen at some point, which I don't think would be a good choice.
Be a little bit strange. For now, Bernard just poking away on top of the central bot. A lot of pressure coming in towards that backline, courtesy of a Flora TP. And Aid has managed to slip through the cracks in the midst of all this. The distractionary measures onto the supports are huge. And Milgaru, look at all those assists. Everyone turned upon the thick boy Hazard and turned him into mincemeat.
Same for Who Are You there as well. Whole team is at division moving as one here. Free and easy cap, and they'll even get themselves a delicious late pick up to marker as well. Milgaru now thinking maybe ball is going to be the answer here, because Hazard a little bit easier to lock up, especially on that first point. Very close point, maybe the most close of all 5 points. Very tough to play into the double builders.
Chokes here can be a little bit overwhelming. Aid tapped by turret on their way, and remember that does give infrasight onto them as well. Milgaru pressures the point, drags back Bernard. That's going to be a little bit of an opening here for Aid. Start building up towards that rail.
Been low, but he's okay for now, is he? Okay. Bad. TP's out. Barely. First ultimate will be coming up online very soon.
Flora nanoed. You do not want to go on this backline now. And still it's going to be attempted by Milgaru. Marker, though, found isolated by Bernard. Easy pick off for a Diva.
I wonder
You
if
hate
that
to see
nano
it in the
was
modern game.
meant for someone else. It looked like it should have been going towards Bernard instead. Flora was not in position to really take care of anything with that nano. And he wasn't particularly low either. He wasn't low health, so yeah, a bit of a strange one. But they do win the fight regardless, and with that fight win, they also secure the cap on the point. Way will have to settle for an shooting now. On the second point, bomb flights, and let's see if the nano coming up for Mark will be able to do more. Huayu's not quite on the blade yet, but we discussed earlier in various other matches looking at Way that Huayu doesn't really need the blade to take use of the nano. He would like to stay alive though.
Yeah, who you just constantly assaulted. Milgara going to be feeling a little bit groggy after this one, potentially. Violet already under siege. Playing in this Molten Core is dangerous for Who Are You. Feeling low, but having the help of Lee Soo-min makes things a little bit more bearable. Just about bonked his Whittle head. Gets his size 9 Geordies into the lava, and now Way have been able to steal away the objective.
We're pleased to know that Groggy wasn't even picked by Violet. He actually went for the bouncing nades. Doesn't feel the need to put the extra CC onto Milgara. Milgara's thankful for that. He'll be able to drop in now with mines in hand.
Slight feed issue for me. All yours, bud.
And Milgara will take down Finn. No issue. So Way looking pretty comfortable now. 35 and counting for Zeta Division. 4 players left. They have a symbol to play through, but not much else. Nail onto Who Are You does force through the extra sound bat from Lee Soo-min, wanting to take no chances our way. Nano onto Pelican to try to keep them alive, but with Flora falling down, it's still a 5 versus 4. They trade for Aid and Marcus, so turning this one quickly. Milgaru in a little bit of a stressful position. 1 HP, but surviving. Way currently still 69% and counting up. They haven't lost the point, but they have lost the ability, I think, to hold on to this fight. They need Aid back in play. They need Who Are You healed up a little bit more, be able to at least get some trades in. This is Zeta controlling point, should be looking towards a flip. Way don't want to give it up because Milgaru's still on board, happy to roll through. With Aid back in action, they pushed it to 99 with overclock and Violet down.
Crazy shots. Oh, Aid. Violet just posthumously taking him down with that martyrdom nade right there. We're playing Call of Duty or something over here. Who Are You taken down as well? They're being made to work for every single inch of it, but Zeta Division seem to be in a commanding position. Got to stay on the point at all moments, though, of course, at 99%. But Flora building up a beam. That's going to be curtains for Milgaru.
Suddenly winnable for Way there. Remember, they went down 2 members, Market and Aid falling 3, essentially versus 5, maybe 4. Couple trades onto the Zeta side as well, but Way didn't let go of the point, push it all the way to 99. Aid respawns, pulls in the overclock, but goes down straight away. He gets a singular pick. If he doesn't die there, I'm pretty sure Aid would be able to carry that fight. But a tricky one for Zeta Division, that's for sure.
Oh, instant sleep answered by the nades, or the mines rather. Oh, who are you? Give him the naked nano. Still going to make some use out of it. Next up is Finn. You're in danger, son! And the danger's found you. A quick TP away here. Zeta Division try to recollect themselves, but all the damage taken right now is permanent. And despite the attempt of the Molten Core, this is likely done and dusted. Who Are You gets away on 1 HP, but Bernard's there on the chase. Way now, they're waiting for the return of these supports. Maybe Flora can set up a TP for them to get back a touch faster as well. As Jumpin's lacking in support here on the point, doesn't have the staying power. Zeta Division have rallied themselves over forwards here, and Bernard also has that emergency DMAC in the form of a self-destruct.
Yeah, it's a nano now coming through, provided double nano, and thanks Zeta Division looking kill. Milgara slipped again. If Way lose their tank, I don't know if they can stay in. Who Are You might have to go for a Hero Blade.
Oh, Bernard's on an absolute wild one here. Hero Blade attempted. Finn's gone down. Next up is Diana. Big and deflect. And still, Violet goes down. Who Are You got both of the healers. But still, Zeta Division might be in control of this one. Overtime slowly ticks on down. Marker gets feet upon the point. But going up against both the tanks and the turret as well might be too much to bear. Way have tried their best, but it feels like they just can't get it working in the last seconds. Bernard should get a free remake here, and that means that there's no touch available due to a big LOS of that self-destruct. And second point goes to Zeta.
Curiously, one of the things that went wrong there for Way was actually Who Are You making a slight mechanical error. He missed the dash onto Pelican to get the cleanup kill, and that ended up costing him his own life. He eventually kills Pelican, but in a zone such low HP that he doesn't survive. And the reason why he missed a dash, funnily enough, is because Pelican's playing Torb, and Torb was too short. And the mechanical, I'm not joking by the way, check the tape.
Shocking W.
The memory, the mechanical memory, the muscle memory for Who Are You is to go for a dash on a player, but he's used to all other characters in the game being at a certain height, and because he muscle memory dashed in, he missed the head of Pelican on the dash because Torb is too short. I'm not lying, genuinely, that's what happened.
Wow. One for the ages. Aid dashes away as best they can. The attentions of Bernard, not to be underestimated. TP's away. Good heads up play. Lee Soo-min. Oh, can't save Milgaru. It's tragic timing here. Who are you going to try and make something happen off the back of it? But the rest of Wave, they simply just try and fade away from this one. They know it's chalked.
Yeah, they're going to swap over towards the hazard here as well. Maybe a little bit more comfortable on this particular point. Although, yeah, you also kind of just end up having to dive once again into both Falcon and Floor, playing the double build. It's just not going to be comfortable no matter what you do. Also, you saw that tricky little spot on the turret for the wall as well. Super high up. Nasty little angle. 4 ultimates, 3 rather for Zeta Division. Burn Invited still just a little bit further away than they like to be, but still more than enough, I think, for Wait. And let's see what you can get this done.
Well, that's some respect right there. Onto Who Are You, still bringing out the orbital ray, even though there's no blade profit just for Nano itself. And Who Are You can't really do that much. Flora just keeps him at arm's length with the beam. It's so dangerous when you're that Genji to deal with all of these deployables. The nest of turrets is too much homework for Genji. He's a delinquent guy.
It's over. This is going to be 3-0 on the map. Very rough showing. Aid also, by the way, pops the overclock in that same fight. I guess you kind of have to. It is the last fight. 80+%, but it's just rough because Flora drops down Sim Photon Barrier. The Sim Wall causes so much issues for overclock success. It's Who Are You that needs to try and do something, but as you mentioned, he didn't have the blade. Had to just try and get that one done on his lone Sim with a raw nano and with pretty fresh characters and not a lot of ults to play through. Zeta Division just had way more. That orbital ray from Finn, honestly doing a lot of work to keep the team up without the extra burst damage. Wade needed to win that second point. I don't know how else to put it for you, man. That second point was the backbreaker. Third point and first point, very Zeta favored. That second point of bomb fights, though, so damn winnable.
You can break their backs, but you can't break their spirits. Way will be right back with you for a third map after this break.
쳐다볼게. 야, 정말 쏟아 정리하러 가자. 잡았네. 야, 루시 왼쪽에서 비비겠다, 얘들아. 하나 오른쪽. 맵팩이야. 맵팩이었어, 방금. 나이스. 와, 맵팩.
I love the smell of freshly printed plane tickets in the morning. And Zeta Division have got a whiff of that scent. They feel like it could be a journey to Hangzhou here. All they got to do is sweep away from their path and go up against a weakened Falcons.
Bro is not about the modernity of the e-tickets here. He wants them freshly printed out on paper. Screw the trees. We don't need them. We're sending us straight into the future of a technocratic society. All buildings around us like a 40k hive city. That's right, I've been playing certain games. But here, in this game, Map 3 coming up. Very interesting into New Junk City. I thought it could have been more competitive, but I wonder, is this going to be the story beat of the entire series between Zeta and Wei, where essentially Wei look reasonably competitive, very good on certain maps, certain points of certain maps even, but then they fall apart when it matters. When it really comes down to it on very specific moments, they just can't quite clutch it through. They just don't quite have the timing. We talked about this. Overwatch can be a game of 1% timings, 1 second timing sometimes. And if you miss those, you can lose. And Blizzard World, it didn't work out for Wei versus Falcons. Zeta are not Falcons, so...
Zeta are not Falcons. This is a map for which we had alarmingly little data. No one really wanted to play it. Maybe it's a pocket pick for Wei. It didn't look that way previously against Falcons, but like you said, Zeta aren't Falcons. Maybe a special source will work a little bit better here.
No one wanted to play it until they did, and when they did, it's like, maybe we shouldn't have wanted to play this. Maybe we made a mistake. Want to play this. Of course, this was probably the most one-sided map between Falcons and Wei yesterday, so
yeah,
not a good look at all. But if they can sort of turn that one around, that you'll note that, by the way, I've talked all this about, is Peppy coming in? Peppy's usually starting over Milgaru, except for map 1, right, guys? But, oh, of course, there's also the Flashpoint in there. But then you have the Blizzard World 2, and all of a sudden, Milgaru's in for 3 maps in a row. Ball is banned here, but honestly, that might be a blessing. I don't know if I really am in love with the ball on this map anymore.
Yeah.
Certainly wasn't good enough for Milgaru yesterday versus Falcons. Something's got to change. Something's got to give. And that give is going to end up being Hazard again. It really is just between Ball and Hazard. Those are the 2 heroes. Maybe Amalga.
Do we dream of Amalga Mirror? I certainly hope not. Let's get into it.
The good news about the Tor ban for Wei is it serves dual purpose here. You get to essentially remove one of the counters to your 2 favorite heroes between the Hazard and the Ball. Of course, he's locked in the Winston for now, and even then, I think that's not bad. The Winston, I think, cares a little bit less about the Torb, but at the same time, it will help your matchup ever so slightly. It was another curious thing here as well that we haven't seen Alpha Yin yet, although, as noted, he doesn't come in unless it's time to play Pharah. Typically speaking, I guess it just hasn't been time to play Pharah yet.
All right, that's enough fun for you. Get on with Sombra. Dragged on back, and here we are. This is going to be a good way to try and shut down Burnout, potentially, but also Burnout can match the Sombra with good spy checking. Already violent. Forced the TP away. Wait, he's recommitted here. He doesn't have a TP.
I think the EMP will certainly be more important, but I don't know if I personally rate the manual hack onto D.Va that highly. It just doesn't lock you out from Matrix for that long. Could stop you from remaking or a self-destruct. That's kind of deadly, but we'll see if the timing works out. The way I've now discovered that there's in fact Venture on board. A rare character to see. Was a little bit more Venture, I think, earlier on in the season at the start. Since then, has fallen out of meta.
Now, a lot of Venture from Proper and Stalker during the ancient Malgameses of old in 2024. For now, though, still seems like we're looking for some little bit of je ne sais quoi from Wei. This is their pocket map pick. They can hear a Tracer.
And it's not going to come through from the Genji either. Tsuu's on the Tracer now. Ada's on... Well, sorry, he's been on the Tracer. Ada's now onto the Soch. More comfortable and normal. Maybe Ada was expecting something a little bit different on the back line.
Oh.
There's a problem with playing Tracer is you can run into a Venture, get comboed, and essentially one-shot. The combo goes off without a snitch.
Without a snitch?
Not a stitch. The golden snitch is what we're all playing for here today, guys. Imagine playing a game where
I've seen a
nothing
couple
else in the
gold
game
plays
matters
today
at all, except capturing this one MacGuffin. Why do the bludgers exist? What is their job? Why does anything else exist in that game? What is the point of throwing the big ball through the hoops when you just win the game when you catch the fish? I don't really get that. Same.
Never thought I'd be able to think about the viability of bludger play with you while we watch this go down. A trade here of the Sojourns. Milgaru's nano expires after grabbing a little bit of space around the back here. And then to try and grab Burnout, but they've already been healed on up. And now the Venture, they're getting involved and doing plenty of damage. Has to scurry away into safety for a moment. A well-placed sticky here could end it all if you can only find the opening. But you can bet that Bernard's got his head on a swivel, waiting for that one. They can hear all of those little blinks coming on in. And now Pelican has got their eyes all over this Ana. The seismic shocks, too much to deal with. Can't get underground in time. Beautiful play there for Who Are You. And next up surely is going to be the Sojourn, but the healing's so good from Finn. Very attentive to their DPS.
Any healing is good healing when the other team has none whatsoever. Way lost both Lee Min and Mark, and Milgaru would have loved to have had even a lick of healing there to stay alive. That actually may have kept Way in. 2 ticks is pretty impressive though. They have the opportunity still to get a good respawn wave. Maybe find a timing here. I don't know if they are going to get it anymore. Venture is also really great at just shoving the Winston back, as we see from high ground, so denying tanks from tanking positioning.
Now that staging presence very much taken away. An exchange here of overclocks between Flora and Aid, but Aid kept arm's length for now. Seems like it's just going to be a little bit of chip damage over onto Milgaru. Pelican's been found in the meantime elsewhere. Aid with a well-placed rail takes them out. And then Who Are You? Traded out in advance by Violet. It's going to be a big popping of the rally. A lot of space that could be claimed off the back of this one. Violet! Oh, wall climate just doesn't work sometimes. Sometimes that space bar just ain't right. Down in there, my boy's getting paid today.
For the purpose of predictions, that one doesn't count as jumping off the map in a throwing manner. That he just, I don't know, that was just a weird one. So I'm just plead the fifth on now, given the benefit of the doubt. Way still have an opportunity here. This is the last push anyway, so 5 seconds remaining. 2 ticks on board. Marking nearly on to the nano boost, but Violet and Finn both have ults coming online.
Oh, that orbital array is going to be absolutely huge. Milgaru is just disassembled before the array damage of Zeta Division. Yeah, Who Are You can hang out for a second longer. Turns back around with Fernando. Almost has a pulse bomb. Will it stick to anything? No, Bernard's eating it nonchalantly. Didn't even know it was coming. Bro just gets a mouthful and chews on through. And Way, I'm once again asking, what is this map pick?
They've been full held again. You'd say it's a closer full hold if that's even a consolation prize you're interested in, but it's roughly the way. It's not what you want to see here. This is a strange situation for Way to be in Groundhog Day on Blizzard World, where you can't leave. This is where if you want to have a Groundhog Day anywhere, maybe a theme park wouldn't be the worst, but still,
you must be this tall to leave the park.
They can't cap. And they got close.
You reckon they've been collectively pranked in scrims? Like all the teams gather around and say, you know what? Ways pick and Blizzard World in scrims. Just throw for defense, make them think they're really good at it. It'll be so funny in the officials.
I've, by the way, reviewed the footage of Violet going off the map. I have to say, not like super his fault. Was he throwing? No, I mean, there's very specific margins of what I'm going to define as a getting money moment, and that would be, for example, Havana on Ana when he just literally jumped off for no particular reason. That's the kind of criteria
Why
I'm looking
evoke that
for
memory
here.
in me?
Because it's just a good one, you know. It's the best, good recent example. This one was more like, you know, it was just a crazy moment. Things like bright lights, but yeah, slipped a little bit on the banana peel. Looking for a TP moment. Bernard was like 3 centimeters away from getting TP'd onto, and Violet's like, please, Bernard, just come like tiny bit closer, and Bernard didn't, and then Violet dies, so. And then they won the round. And funnily enough, I'm pretty sure Violet, Havana jumping off third point is Arnold. They also won after he jumped off too, funnily enough.
Yeah, they did. Sometimes blood sacrifice is the way. Korn demands blood.
Pelican happy to run through with the Venture once more for this attacking side. See if it has the same value, because I'm not as convinced about Venture attack versus defense. Kind of saw what Pelican was able to do with the drill dash to force Milgaru from high ground, but losing 8 off rip is not good for your defensive prospects.
Oh, nice sleep there onto Flora. Milgaru there might overchase this one. Why are you leaving your bubble on like 3 HP, my guy? What is happening over here? Next up's the Brigitte. Yeah, Bernard's going to lose their mech here. Might already be Curtains, though. Who are you? I don't know if this one's clutchable. Struggling against the Baby Diva. Pelicans here. They're just adding so much to the mix with the Venture. 1% away, really, from this claim. And now just a single touch on the point should do it. It's just going to be Finn rolling on over, getting the cap. Nope, the Lucio's there to keep it contested. And Milgaru's returned in the midst of this, so maybe it's turnable. Oh, there's no healing for Milgaru, though. And that means the point instantly goes the way of Zeta Division. And you guys are banned from this map, Way. That's it. I'm making an executive order. I'm making a decision. No more.
It's one of those moments where clearly something went right in scrims and goes extremely wrong on stage. So 2 in a row. Yeah, they won't get a third shot, sadly. This is it, kind of. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in stage 2 with this Way team. And really, they have one more chance to bring themselves back into the series to at least try and attempt this reverse sweep. It was looking pretty good on the first 2 maps, especially the first one. Oasis, quite competitive. I would have even gone as far as to say winnable. Very winnable for Way. New Junk City, less winnable, but I thought it should have gone further than a 3-0 in that map. We should have gone to at least 4 points, maybe all 5 points. Who knows what happens there? Blizzard World? No, that one was all Zeta, I'm afraid. And we'll see how Way respond after this break, and they might only have 1 shot left.
몽키로 바꿔.
Okay, looks like Pepe's getting set up off the side of Way, and they certainly need to change something. 3-0 down right now, Avril, and they are looking down the barrel of exiting the OWCS main event here in Asia.
And yesterday, Pepe set up to come in for the Falcons Way match at the end when I believe last map was Saravasa. They had played Lijiang, New Queen Street, Blizzard World, to no avail. And then they brought Pepe in for some minimal avail, but not quite enough. Here, they've kind of gone in a little bit of a, not quite the opposite direction, but they played the Saravasa super early. They played the Blizzard World. That leaves New Queen Street available. I think that has to be the pick, right? I mean, what else are we doing? That was the map that kind of launched Way into the victory path against Zeta, despite them not actually winning that series, but it actually gave everyone hope that Way could actually do it. If not New Queen Street, I'm not too sure if there's another real winning map here.
I mean, New Queen Street, or maybe like Rialto or Havana to try and take advantage of Pepe's Sigma. Did they play New Queen Street with Pepe last time? Or was it with Milgaru's Ball is the question? Maybe it was with Pepe
I think they
Malga?
played. No, I think they played with Milgaru. They didn't sub out Milgaru until map 4.
Yeah.
Actually,
well, there's Havana.
Double checking real quick. Yeah, Pepe came in for Saravasa. So they're not going to play New Queen Street, but at the same time, I do respect the Havana pick as well, because that one was also in the 6-map banger back in the Korea final. If I have a look at real quick as well.
That was the one with the crazy second point hold. They had about 12 meters worth of give after the auto cart push. And Aid really exploited Flora's lack of Widow. Let's put it that way. Crazy Widow performance from Aid. A little bit of a Bastion as well. Who are you? Obviously popping off on the Genji. It's a good place to play the Genji second point of Havana.
Yeah, so it was a full hold if I'm not mistaken. So I just got to double check scorelines real quick. Yeah, Havana was actually a loss for Way. Zeta full held that one, which is a little bit frightening. Of course, was Pepe playing on the Sigma. Bernard had a combination of Diva and Malga. And Way just couldn't really make it too far out. They eventually finished around the final corner just before the straight of Havana to get to the end. Now, to be fair, it's not a long straight, so you could argue they pushed a fair amount of distance, but...
Oh, wait, that's the one where Violet threw himself off the map?
No, because they didn't make it to the third point.
Oh, I think I'm inventing memories of this map again.
Yeah,
that was phantom memories.
Yeah, I think the Zeta map with Violet flung himself on the map was, that might have been the crazy Raccoon. No,
that could have been the grand finals, actually.
Oh, it was. No, you're right. It was the grand final. Yeah, pretty certain it was. Yep.
That's our boy.
Yep, it was the grand final. And then they won that map versus Crazy Raccoon 5-4. That's crazy.
The blood sacrifice goes hard, man. The Chaos Gods demand blood. Way. They got to find a way back into this. Zeta, oh man, they're so ready to go up against Falcons and try and get a repeat of the seeding week where they just managed to get one over on Falcons. I'm fairly sure in the group stage of this Asia main event, that was pretty close, right? 3-2, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Zeta Falcons, yes, 3-2. Pretty narrow victory there. Very good game. Excellent Overwatch. But I'd like to try and find here in the Asia playoffs. So far, we've had 4-1 and a bunch of 4-0s.
Yeah, it's not been a particularly contentious bracket so far. We were expecting
it all in the Korea final.
Game.
The Korea final was incredible for that. We had all of these wild 4-2 results, super competitive back and forth results. Truly a cinema weekend. A weekend of pure cinema. Right now, though, this one do be looking a little phase 4, phase 5 if you catch my drift, so.
Yeah, but you know what, Avril, tickets to Hangzhou are eternal. Or Eternals. Yep. Let's have a look at the bans before I have to wallow in my terrible jokes again. It's a Zarya ban from Way, which also protects for Sigma.
It also removes Bernard Zarya, which is something that Pepe just doesn't want to deal with. I don't know, maybe Pepe doesn't want to play Zarya himself. It's been a couple of times now where Way just kind of get rid of the Zarya in this matchup, given that it's a Sigma, or likelihood of a Sigma matchup. Again, Malga very viable here. The brick ban is kind of targeted towards one of the supports you do run with Sigma in these type of comps. Now, obviously, double flex support is online. They have that 4-way. It's one of their specialties. Probably more likely to play that. But you have to point out that Sigma Brig is a very common Sigma combination that gets played across the board. So that's going to be removed here. That basically now necessitates or pushes both teams towards wanting to play double flex support. I think it would be rare to see a Lucio here. Definitely at least a Juno. High possibly double flex support. We'll head into the map. Maybe final opportunity for Wait. What do they lock in?
You can cheer along at home if you want your neighbors to hate you. Zeta Division.
Unless you're doing this in the middle of the day like Leg Day is.
True.
Where you get to test whether your neighbor is employed or not.
Neighbor employment, it's Saturday, bro. But you are right, on a Friday, I certainly would be checking. If they complain, it's time to get a job, fella. Just be employed.
Diva on the defense, curious. I would have expected Sigma or Malga coming through from Burnout. Flora did not expect their shot from Aid. And now that is going to light the way for Way to maybe get some early progress here. However, do want to note that the payload... Okay, that's a little bit more. The payload distance is long enough. There will be a reset unless you just keep getting pecked. You can't keep getting pecked.
Yeah, you know, this is why I brought up the Aid Widow. And you know what? If I was Zeta Division, I know that hindsight is 2020. But I would have banned the Widow. Because Flora, not cozy on the Widow. Not a comfy lad.
I'm about to say hindsight 50-50 there. Sometimes you think about hindsight. Sometimes you don't think. Real 50-50 on that one. Aid still feeling good about the Widowmaker. Still in a good position. Still putting Zeta down in terms of having to hide a little bit from that. Now Payload is really in position to threaten Cap. No further mistakes available.
Again?
Zeta cannot make any more mistakes. This is Cap. It's done. The Cap.
Dude, Aid and Peppy are just running this lobby right now. Yeah, Flora's going to get a headshot off a rail, but this would take a true miracle to turn around. Bernard's fled up into the rafters. Going to join the Phantom of the Opera up there, but bro's just a Phantom in his own right, sent to the Shadow Realm. Who are you grabs the end of that one. And now it's Who Are You's turn to dominate on the B point.
You know, Zeta just forgot once again. They forgot. They flipped the coin in the 50-50 hindsight. They did not look in the past where they would have remembered that Flora can't play Widowmaker at all.
Yep.
And they would have realized, oh, this is a problem. Maybe we should have banned Widowmaker. Maybe we should have just played Malga so we could spawn camp. That would have minimized any effect that Widowmaker would have had.
Well, hindsight is 50-50. Flora with a well-placed rail. With a stray rail. Not able to get too much here, but to at least note the location of A2 almost has an infrasight.
Not that infrasight will be that useful, but we'll put some more pressure on the Zeta, make them hide a little bit. You see that Aid is now actually receiving some pressure back his own way. Ultimates are coming up big time for Way now. This is the moment for them to get mad distance and threaten this cap and maybe even get it. He would like to hit that shot. And he does. And
it's okay.
He does.
Cashes in the
like
mulligan. Aid is on a hot streak right now. Flora doing his best to keep feet on the cart. Lee Sumin playing for himself. You got to look out for number one, Avril.
He's trying to block Finn. Did you see that? Lee Sumin running
Yeah.
after Finn.
Spawn camp!
And he's spawn camping Violet. He's going to be under pressure from Pelican, but can Pelican stop him at this stage? Aid is just looking unstoppable in this Widowmaker. He's diverting attention away, which at minimum is going to give Way the opportunity to continue this push. Puts Burner on a bit of an island. Burner's going to get demected. This is self-destruct force.
Absolute Pine Time vibes right now. Super deep in. We need to stop shooting with the reflect, guys. Not ideal. He's still here. He's an absolute menace in the back line. Someone arrest this man right now.
It's too annoying to chase after him. Who are you going to send? It has to be your Genji player or your tank. You can't afford to send Burner out. Violet's the one marking right now. Finn might get killed. Oh, he just barely survives, and thankfully is knowledgeable about the fact that there is a Widowmaker all the way back. Violet eventually, I mean, you hit the slot machines enough times. Throw Raccoon eyes in his general direction. He peeks, he'll catch one. He's dealt with the problem now, but look how long it took for both Violet and Finn. And on the back of that, Violet just dies straight away.
Yeah. Well, there's Marker going down. Exchanged for the blade, but... Oh, big lift potentially. Okay. It seems like that one was just a voluntary play from... What is he doing? Oh, has A just broken their brains? Too many headshots, too many neurons gone? Who knows? They're going to try and retake here with the orbital ray. It's posthumous. That's going to be double DPS ultimates coming out. Flora under pressure now from the blade. Who are you getting it done? Oh, thank you so much for stepping up right now, Violet. Don't mind if we just have a little brawl over here, do you? A random right click could get it done. Violet with a kunai gets one to the skull of who are you? And now the immortality field is fled by all the members of Wei. And this is going to leave Marker in deep trouble as Bernard goes into the backline. There's no help to be offered. A Sigma shield is too late to really do too much. And Lee Sumin's now going to be solo healing with a trance in the back pocket.
Yeah, that's rough. And it actually looked like, by the way, that who are you? Did he miss a slash onto Violet? I thought he got the kill onto Violet. The second slash, for whatever reason, didn't connect with Violet. And I'm not too sure why. There's another opportunity now as Lee Sumin uses Transcendence for Wei to maybe get something done. He gets an opportunity for the team, maybe less so for who are you until he finds another blade pallet. Getting in trouble.
Ooh, who are you? Warded away. Oh, just go straight through the disruptor shot. It's unlucky, but Bernard at least cannot remake off the back of being taken out by Lucifer. Someone's got a touch point there. Guys, hello. Here we are. Coming in. Pelican has the pocket here. Good to go. Peppy building up towards the Graviton. Gravitic flight. Oh, the stick is a little bit awry. Little bit of danger there for Pelican. Aid found off the back of this one. Peppy in a hostage scenario at the bottom. And a good hold.
This is looking really tricky now. Way of running out of resources and time. They got past A. It's not going to be a full hold. They're doing much better on Havana versus Zeta than they did last time. But outside of Aid getting a ton of headshots on Widowmaker, which is not existing anymore because he's not on the Widow, which is fine for B. But man, they just have no more momentum. No ultimates until Flux is found by Peppy. Zeta have dug their heels in quite comfortably. How are they going to survive against Pelican coming in with the blade now? They have no defense against this. It's going to have to be a good sleep, maybe. Ooh.
Early shutdown here, potentially. Pelican grabbing Lee Sumin. This one might... gonna have to touch the cart again here, lads. Are they paying attention? Do they know? They don't know. Okay. Well, that's one way for it to happen. We're going to Havana Point C.
Back on the Widow, Aid. Get back on the Widow. Boom. Now Flora's in trouble once again. In fact, no, it's not Flora. It's Violet. Violet's in trouble once again. That's all we needed. B was the difficult point. A, snipeable. C, snipeable. Just got to survive long enough to trick Zeta Division into not touching the point on B, and suddenly we're back in action.
Defenders of Havana. Do they know things? What do they know? Let's find out. Going to be looking for an accretion here. Good evasion thus far from Flora, but well out of their depth does pick up the mini. This last little bit of guerrilla warfare will keep the cart stalled for a second and burn down the time back away.
There is still not a lot of time to cap. This is still going to be really rough for Way to actually finish the map. This final slog of a C push is maybe one of the hardest pushes that you will find in Overwatch. Maybe outside of Rialto C. Both Havana and Rialto are really bad for that. Very, very close shot. Violet again. Would have been taken down.
Oh, Burner, under siege. That Discord orb is doing a lot to try and keep the Diva in a nasty position. Finn back up in the air. Guess what? The orbital ray, it's leaving once more. We gotta stop meeting like this. The Gridic Flux and the orbital ray. Burner passed around right now between various damages and torn asunder.
And this is what we need. They need to burn further ultimates out of Zeta while winning the fights. A little bit of a late death onto Burner there as well on the stagger, although he did stall the payload, so give and take, both teams receive and lose something there. But the extra ultimates on Wei might be enough. You have to now just get past the overclock and the Katsuna rush, and you've got the capture through. Final fight now. Wei have to get a lot done on just double support ultimates. Unless Aid once more can really get a kill here. Oh, he got nano.
Nano on time.
Come on, takes off. Wow.
Oh, this guy's just built different. There's no other way to put it. Waits for the deflect to expire. Moving forward now. Not in time to save Peppy, actually. It's a little bit late when it comes to the Transcend. It's just prioritizing so hard onto A. That could have been a big mistake. A just pushed back too far. That's going to be the overclock here coming through. And, well, it's going to be a clean wipe here from Zeta Division. But this honestly got a lot further than it should have.
Yeah, you would say so. I mean, B would probably have not have been a cap if it wasn't for the fact that they snuck the payload in. Just Zeta falling asleep a little bit on that point. A was a masterclass of A just destroying the competition timelessly. Headshot after headshot. C was looking like it could go that way again. But a final push onto Aid, forcing the Nano. Now look, did he deliver on the Nano? Yes, he got that headshot kill, but they lacked the staying power. The Nano should still have eventually gone to Pepe. You need to have the ability to last in those final fights. Keep Pepe in the fight. Transcendence, curiously, by the way, by Lusumin, came in so late that it didn't save Pepe's life. So if they didn't give Pepe the Nano, they couldn't save him with the Transcendence, and they couldn't push further on to C. That was critical, in my opinion. They really needed to keep Pepe up.
Yeah. The survival of Pepe just not prioritized in that case. Feeling so fly over Aid's performance that may well have messed up the flowchart of priorities here for Way, but now you've got to deal with a defensive Widowmaker, which can be even more dangerous.
I believe I have pictures.
He just locked it in early. Now Bernard just goes towards a Sigma. I think the matchup for Aid is worse, and it's going to be harder for him to find shots. But I also do want to believe that if you have the hot hands and you're feeling good, Widowmaker can oftentimes be a hot and cold hero. But if you are hitting shots and you have the confidence going for you, do not stop. Keep that going. You can find the kills. You can find the picks. You can put the fear of God into Zeta Division. Make them not want to peek any angles. And that is exactly how you do it. Predicting Flora coming through from the side angle, and boom, he's gone.
The shot of Damocles forever hanging above Zeta Division, waiting to drop down on their heads. And now you've just got to get past the blockade that Pepe's levied here. Finn caught in a corner. Aid doesn't quite hit the shot. A momentary reprieve. Look at this, body shots here. They're really going to start taxing Violet on this angle. Down to 1 HP. A Hypersphere gone awry could change everything, but Finn is attentive to this one. Oh, Pelican doesn't know where Aid is. Manages to finally grab it. Does disengage.
Pelican probably would have gotten that kill as well, but just gave Aid a slight window of opportunity to escape. Very tricky there. Lucky, you would say, for Aid, but we'll now give him time to find more. He needs to get a pick immediately. Something needs to happen for Wade to relieve the pressure, because Zeta Division are pushing up. And they're not slowing down.
Oh, Lee Sumin's had a big siege here. Burner committing hard to try and take out Zenyatta. Indeed, it happens, but Forrestman trades it on the other side, and you've still got the healing of Mark here to try and make something happen. Bernard stunned deep in the back using the accretion. Wow. Oh, wow. Bernard just couldn't put the defense matrix in all of these different directions. Pelican might get it done himself with the nano boost. A slept Sigmas. Oh, that's an unfortunate fumble right there. Question is, do you have the burst to make it work? You bet, but it does! Oh. Pelican, the one and only, the big bird knows the word. And that word is, oh, is it smelly in here? Gets gassed up by Aid. And that's going to be a full completion there from Zeta on first.
Nearly the clip of Genji for the year so far. Might still be with that death, because they capped. I mean, look, the Venom Mine takes them down, which is a little bit unfortunate, but my goodness, Pelican made rain there. He rained it down on top of Wade. It was looking bad. Bernard dead. Zeta in a poor spot. No one really still alive, and Pelican got it done. Insane plays.
He had the best play for Zeta yesterday as well against Falcons, clutching up on Gibraltar when no one else would. Still has that clutch, Dean. We'll see if the same can be said of Who Are You right here, up close, unable to really connect on these right clicks. Not able to do too much with Banano. Pepe looking to try and get a grab. It's a full miss on the Gravitic Flux. Unfortunate there. And now guess what? With the Transcendence done, it's blading hours, baby. Who Are You drawing out on the other side? So many squishies within their sights, but good use of the Hypering there to help the Sojourn escape. Heads up plays there from Finn, but Zeta Division is just so low, they've got to give this up.
Forcing the self-destruct in the final moments there is going to have to hurt for Bernard at least a little bit. It does slow down and stop the push though. Now Way have to prevent any time bank possibility for Zeta. If Zeta finish B with the time bank available, they have a high likelihood of winning the map. And this is critical. Remember, match point now. Way taking down 1 HP. Aid rather taking down 1 HP in that last moment.
Hit very low. An attempt to eat the heals here from Bernard, just constantly harrying this backline. Lee Sumin noted on a strange angle. Flora quick to try and pick that one up. Yeah, Pepe eats the disruptor shot, but Aid is the final word to this. A headshot from across the map. Violet just about heals himself up using the body grenade, and one last stab from Who Are You, cutting into the flesh of Zeta Division. Only a couple of players remain now, and the cart is rolling back in the midst of all of this. It's a dirty attempt, and Pepe finally going to get taken down.
That might be the most important kill, because it was looking very even between both sides. with Pelican in the back line chasing down Aid and then converting onto Peppy. Way now do not have a tank for the interim as they have to wait for the respawn. Slowing down Bernard is going to do something, but can they touch? If they can't touch, this is going to be a really, really big time bank.
Pelican taking advantage of the piercing through the deflect, using the dash. Lee Sumin's down as well. This is going to be a meaty time bank. They just don't have the meat to get on to the cart right now. Yeah, Pepe's turned up, but the ante's too much. Surrounded on all sides. It's going to be 3.5 minutes.
They better pray that Aid has the rifle that he needs to be able to take down the entirety of Zeta division. Flores had enough. He wants to go and test his own Widowmaker, but is this going to be him turning the tide and allowing Zeta to push through cleanly for the 4-0 victory, or is he about to get giantly exposed by Aid here?
Okay. It's a rare Flora Widow. Headshot caught by Aid, but the charge wasn't quite there.
That's a really good start by Flora. That's what you want to see. Flora building up some confidence on the Widowmaker.
Oh, baby. Confidence can be everything. Oh, but it's instantly zeroed out by Aid. Knocking him for 10, knocking him for 20. And knocking down the time bank here of Zeta division. Pelican under siege, has to hide behind the ramparts. Finn in the air is going to be very much in danger, but it was just a distractionary measure. Pelican uses it, now hunted down potentially by who are you? Off the side, he's got shades of Miro right now. Yeah, it's a dash, but at what cost? They meet in the middle. It's an absolute samurai movie exchange.
That was a Kurosawa flick there, all black and white. Who are you, though? He's still the GOAT. Pelican, he's been dynamite so far in this map, in this series, and Freely's been the guy shutting down Aid, pushing Zeta through. But this Transcendence now keeping things alive, further away, invited down late as well. Just really good time burn coming through from Way. It has to be a reset.
Absolute tiny Overwatch going on in there in the midst of all of this. Lee Sumin under siege. Pelican taken down. Finn's got to be careful about all these angles because Aid is eternally overhead.
Lighter should have died. Very lucky. We'll see what happens now. Again, stalled out. Payload is still too far out. There will be minimum 2 fights. Zeta have to win this and then win another to get the final push.
Gravitic Flux, 2 up in the air. The accretion from long range. That's a long stun onto Violet. Marcus there to finish it off. Peppy desperately needs help, though. Puts up the shield to give himself a touch of reprieve and pick up the mini as well. Just a little sip on the healing as best as is necessary. Flora taken out by Lee Sumin. Do an age job for him. Freeing up the Widow to cause some havoc over here. Got to worry about Pelican going down for a bottom. But you got to worry about Aid who's staying on top.
Yeah, Violet dodged that shot before, but not twice in a row. He's been the primary target outside of Flora, of course. Now the Widow battle, which is ended because Flora is not interested at all. It would be hilarious to see Flora just die off rip out the gate on the respawn as soon as he sees Aid. But Violet's copped the most headshots so far. This is now Zeta struggling. Can they get enough done on this Nano, though? Bernard in a good spot right now. Got you dead as well.
All right, Nano given over onto, not entirely sure, maybe onto Who Are You, who dropped over instantly, but Marcus still has the extra damage for themselves. The double Nano getting paid dirt here. Lee Sumin's in the back on the Zen. Doesn't get too much value off the back of it. It's true, the car is rolling and Peppy is nowhere to be seen. Is going to have to come back on the Diva surely here. Lee Sumin has to trance as well.
Indeed, it was a drop Nano, unfortunately. A fumble Nano there by Marker, who just dies a little too quick. Very problematic, losing the ultimate in that sort of way. Aid, he whiffs the grapple shot. That is going to hurt unless he can convert. He needed that shot into Flora desperately.
Mandatory off the edge. Big health pack steal coming through from Bernard, and now the flank control's been lost as well by Way. This could be it right here and right now. Lee Sumin pops of Transcendence. A blade coming in onto Marker. The sleep goes awry. Yeah, there's some bouncing from the nade as well. Marker trades himself out, and Lee Sumin's gone too. The healing is absolutely missing. Who are you? One last chance, one last step from retirement. Nearly got a blade to turn it all around if it's only brave enough to go for it. In overtime here, one more shuriken would do it. The blade is drawn. It's a battle for the ages. A nice reflect, yes, to try and get Bernard low. Taking away the mech may be a nice flick, but oh, so close. They have the touch. They just don't have the players here. Way, a kick from the tournament in a 4-0 fashion as Zeta are back in the driver's seat.
No one can say that it wasn't close, that it wasn't a good fight. Yeah, Blizzard World, not the prettiest. But when you get to Havana, man, things look so winnable. It came down to a single fight, a couple of misplays, a couple of missteps. Aid dominated the Widowmaker matchup, dominated the hit scan situation for the entirety of the map, but in the final moments missed the grapple shot, couldn't find an infrasighted shot onto Flora, gets rushed down upon by Burnout in the Diva, and then suddenly things start to fall apart. That's how quick things can run away from you. And you get towards the end, it took Zeta a long time. They had a meaty time back, as we discussed, going into C. A point that we weren't sure we were even going to see, considering that B only got capped because Zeta weren't paying attention to the payload. They got back capped in there. But at the end of the day, Zeta Division, we felt like was the stronger team. Even if we go to 5 maps, it was likely that we just keep going for Zeta in terms of how favored they are. And there were questions. I had questions about who really should get player of the match. Looking at the first 3 maps, it wasn't clear. But on Havana, no doubt in my mind, what Pelican delivered was monumental.
Yeah, Pelican really finding the value on that Genji. Almost solo capping A with the help of a nano coming through from Violet as well. Just really beautiful mechanics. A walking highlight reel. And once again establishing himself as a truly premier member of this roster, where we've seen Alpha Yi come in here and there for the Pharaoh. We saw Pelican all the way through today, and Alpha Yi riding the bench the entire way, but Pelican very much earned that starter spot.
What a Genji performance at the end, and note that he was the guy that really shut down Aid. I mean, if it wasn't for Pelican, I think Aid would have ran the lobby. He already was running the lobby. He would have continued doing so. Pelican put a stop to that. He was the guy that on B got the critical kill on the flank onto both Aid, but then followed up and converted onto Peppy at exactly the wrong time for Peppy to go down. That is the worst time for Peppy to go down. Completely out of wave and out of sync with the rest of the players in a moment where they have to touch, and it was lights out for B. But even in the rest of the series, man, unfortunately, yeah, Blizzard World needs to be talked about. Not fantastic. A 3-0 on New Junk City as well. We argued that. Specifically, I argued that at least the second point of this one should have probably have gone towards Wade. We would have liked to have seen 4 to 5 rounds of this. Who knows what happens. Even on the first map as well. Honestly, Oasis was super winnable, but I think this is part of Wade's story, right? We've been here before in the previous series. Wade versus Zeta in, the previous time they met up. Wade versus Zeta in the Korea finals in terms of that bracket. A 4-2 win. Multiple winnable maps there for Wade. And they're just lacking a slight X factor that would take them to the next level.
Yeah, just the clutch gene can be a little bit stronger here. Worth noting as well, Zeta, their drafting was pretty good today. No classic Zeta draft fumbles. We've got ourselves a player of the match interview here with Pelican. Let's see what's going on.
예, 인터뷰 시작하겠습니다. 오늘 제타 디비전의 승리를 거두면서 POTM 받은 타르누와 인터뷰를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 얼굴 믿고 게임하는 남자 펠리칸입니다. 승리 소감 좀 부탁드릴게요.
네, 일단 오늘 이렇게 쉽게 4대0으로 이길 줄 몰랐거든요. 근데
Share your thoughts on the victory, and he says, first of all, I didn't think I would win easily. Very similar to what he's saying said in the previous interview. He says, but it was so easy.
나이 완전 서 있던데요?
운이 좋았죠, 그거는. 네.
참 겸손한 친구예요. 예. 아 근데 어제도 뭐 어제 패배하긴 했었지만 펠리칸의 겐지는 상당히 날카로운 모습이
interview says, I really like playing the Genji played today, and Pelican said he was lucky.
No, we were lucky, Pelican, to watch that much Genji.
이제 방송을 좀 뒤로 밀어두고 패관 수련을 했습니다.
아, 패관 수련을 했다. 네. 그래서 조금 날카로워진 느낌을 보여준 것 같다.
맞아요.
아, 알겠습니다. 오늘 제타 디비전이 마토시, 그러니까 마우가, 토르비언, 시메트라 이 조합을 들고 나왔었어요. 사실 어제는 그 조합으로 좀 맞는 느낌이 있었었거든요. 근데 오늘 본인들 좀 들고 나왔었습니다. 어떤 팀 내 그 이야기가 있었나요?
He said, I originally turned on streaming often, but I practiced with it
파라가 나오면 힘들거든요.
on less often. So
님이 파라를 많이
Been knuckling down, streaming less.
이거 하면은 그냥 무난하게 이기겠다.
Next question is about the combination of Mauga, Torbjorn, and Symmetra, the infamous double builder composition. Pelican responds, but I think it's good because it's hard to get. It's hard to get Farah in Symmetra and Torbjorn.
그래서 그 부분이 좀 많이 아쉬웠을 것 같은데 이번엔 좀 어떨 것 같나요?
오늘 팔콘 경기력 보니까 경기에서 연습을 하는 건지
they suffered an upset loss to Falcons. What are your resolutions this time?
혹시 더 해줄 말 있나요? 팔콘한테? 있다면 카메라
Okay,
보면서
Falcons today, I heard they are practicing for the game that they use Winston. Oh, here we go. This is the call out.
자 이제 내일 경기에서
And additionally, he says, I'll scold you.
항저우
Feel like a,
자신 있습니까?
felt like we don't need more of that. I spent 2 hours doing that earlier today, watching it for us. So, you know.
4대빵! 팔콘을 상대로
4대빵!
아! 팬분들에게도 마지막 한 말씀 해주셔야죠.
Another question is, are you confident about going to Hangzhou? Pelican said, I am confident. Expected to be a 4-0 against
아니
Falcons.
머리 이쁜데 왜요? 괜찮지 않아요? 괜찮죠?
Brave.
아니잖아요.
아니네요. 괜찮아 이게 일주일만 있으면 바로 정상화 될 겁니다. 어쨌든 펠리칸 선수 응원 많이 해주시기 바라겠고 승리 오늘 진심으로 축하드립니다.
아 감사합니다.
네, 자 이렇게 펠리칸 선수 인터뷰 나눠봤고요. 저희는 경기 결과 확인해 보겠습니다.
Final word to the fans, please don't laugh at my hairstyle. That was the final question, yeah.
Yeah, big insight there from Pelican, from our player of the match interview. This is a roundup of how our matches went today. Before Overwatch is strong. Falcons going up against Zeta tomorrow, of course, now. And let's see if Falcons can VOD review what happened today. And maybe we can lock the Han Binston in a box for a little bit.
But for Zeta versus Wei, yeah, unfortunately, sad way for Wei to exit the tournament, given they were 0-4 versus Falcons just prior to this yesterday, and now 0-4 again versus Zeta for a combined total of 0-8. And heartbreaking considering the messages we heard in the interview yesterday, the pre-playoffs interview, where essentially they were acknowledging that, you know, they don't know what the future of the team holds. Specifically, well, who are you? He said this might be his last Asia event, which is it his last event? I don't want to see him leave, but he's thinking about perhaps retiring the sword and hanging it up, and that would certainly be a sad day for all. The Genji GOAT on his way out. Would have liked to have seen him run this bracket a little bit deeper to see how far he could really go. But he really proved, at least with this young new roster, in a way that they could make a top 4, but a top 4 is where they will end as we look forward to tomorrow's matchups.
Yeah, tomorrow will be our last day here of OWCS Asia, and we'll decide which team is going to be taking the last spot at Hangzhou. And the winner not only will get their tickets to Hangzhou stamped, but they'll also have their tickets to the grand final stamped, where they'll have to go up against Crazy Raccoon. Thus far, both of these teams have faced Crazy Raccoon in this bracket, and Zeta Division did better, getting a singular map compared to Team Falcons, who didn't grab any.
Yeah, and the maps weren't quite good looking as well in terms of how they fell down. Yes, I think Esperanza definitely is going to be the outlier there in terms of how competitive it was. Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta, far more competitive at maps. Esperanza was not particularly good, but the rest of the maps, outside of all the Gibraltar with a bit of a fumble there, was actually quite competitive. So Falcons certainly need to be concerned. They only themselves got past Zeta Division during their last matchup in the group stage by very fine margins. And if Falcons aren't here to play in their best form, I think Zeta will likely go to China here. Zeta have yet to go to an international LAN event in the OWCS circuit, so I'm not counting EWC here. This would be their first time, and I think they're hungry for it. They're thirsty for it. They want it more than anything else.
And conversely, it would be the first time that Falcons would miss an international event. So the hunger's definitely there for Zeta, as well as that desire for revenge for what happened in the group stages. But at the moment, they're just thinking all aspirations. And honestly, the piranha sense is kind of tingling. There's blood in the water. Falcons have looked very mortal in that previous series, Avril.
Yep, and Crazy Raccoon are looking like the best team in the world right now. It is all up for them to be able to claim #1 here. The first seed going into Hangzhou, they should feel pretty comfortable unless Falcons Zeta can pick it up. But I'll wait for tomorrow.
We'll have to see if that's going to be the case. Join us right here again tomorrow for conclusion of Asia and your last qualifications for our major event in Hangzhou. We'll be right here to bring you all the action, so make sure you don't miss it. We'll see you next time.
들어왔어. 네. 괜찮아.